Yeah.
Don't say we.
No, we. Now
Why
it's not
not?
a we time.
Today is totally a we time. What are you talking about?
God damn it.
Fine.
It's not. I mean, it's not a bad time.
It's a bad time.
Probably. Listen, I am not responsible for any of this. Okay, this was beyond me. This was powers beyond my.
More wrong.
Oh no, the situations. I wrote them.
I don't
You
know.
recruited all of
Here,
us.
this is
You wrote the story. You made sound effects and ambiance to heighten the trauma.
you chose us.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Graham,
never
you
been
are
a more
correct.
responsible person.
Brittany is about to be hopping mad. She's already hopping mad.
I appreciate the fun.
I'm sure you do. Yeah, welcome to the final episode of Fall of Bahiri, where all your dreams come true.
Okay, fuck you.
I mean, am I wrong though?
No.
Dream about this.
Nightmares are kind of dreams.
Nightmares.
They're like of the same thing. It's just bad, but that's not necessarily all nightmares. I mean,
Not all
You
nightmares.
said all. You said
Yeah.
all were coming true.
all your dreams. Yeah, so it could be your dreams are coming true. Your nightmares could be coming true. It's
So
just,
all.
oh, it's all coming true. It's all happening.
I don't
All
like
here.
the legalese in this conversation.
Listen, I'm just trying to cover all my bases to make sure that, you know, I covered all my bases. That's all I don't know. I don't have anything else. I ramble, okay? This is what I do. But yes, we are here at the finale of the finales and looking forward to all of the excitement of whatever is coming our way, which I'm sure is not the locomotive that we're staring down right now. Cue train noise, which I am very disappointed to say that I do not have. I know. Can you imagine? Ugh. Anyway, I am your humble storyteller, Aaron. These are my amazing, incredible, stupendous, marvelous victims. I mean, players. There it is. So for the funsies, you guys want to introduce yourselves one last round? Go, Alexov.
Oh, hi. I'm Hunter, one half of Genasi Qua. I play Alexov Marianis, the level 20 wild magic barbarian, the last and first gargoyle. I'm so happy to be here.
And clip. I'm going to use that for promotions everywhere. I am so happy to be here.
Welcome.
Theridian.
Hello, everybody. I am Mika. My socials are usually either Mika Muse or Mika.muse, spelled M-E-W-S. It is a cat pun based on the muses. I'm playing Threnian, the level 20 Oath of the Watcher's paladin, who was so preoccupied with looking at external threats that she never thought to look for internal ones. So we're going to have a great time tonight.
Fleur.
Hey, I'm Trevor. I'm playing Fleur, the 20th level abjuration wizard. She's kind of like Batman, but lame and blue and is a deer centaur.
That doesn't even make sense.
That's more of a commentary on how she deals with bureaucracy rather than anything else.
Amazing. Beautiful.
Happy to be here.
Oh, Rossi.
I am Petulant Cobra. That's all my socials as well. I'm playing Arasi, and I'm the only one who multi-classed for this. We got 17 levels of Warlock, 3 levels of Bard here. And when I'm not here, you can find me on Top Down Tabletop.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's all of us. Woo! We are ready for some fun and excitement tonight as we ended last session in the middle of a popcorn fest, so to speak. But on a special note, I have prepared for you all a fun little recap / a whole new intro because I don't like sleep or resting my brain. I like to do as much as stuff as for my players as possible. So I gave you another little treat to enjoy. So make sure that you are watching and listening to this wonderful, terrible, beautiful thing that I made for you all. And away we go.
If I do my job right, you and everybody else are going to get to build that stable future. So you keep doing what you're doing, I'll keep doing what I'm doing. And, you know, it's as long as there are people on watch who can keep us all safe, then the people on the streets will never have to worry.
If we find out that you indeed mean us no harm, I will owe you a big apology and I will explain. But until then, I have to assume that you are a threat to us.
We all know how our interactions with the residents of this place have gone in the past. As limited as they are, I am here to personally make sure that we're not about to have another one.
I don't know what's worse. Looking up at the sky with him. That it stole the stars from us. Or that it stole you from me.
If I can help, I will. But if your choice endangers my daughter, I will do what I have to do to keep her safe.
No one will get hurt, I promise.
You cannot promise that.
I can promise that.
Well, we've all seen that which is felt by the plague becomes of it. And that was progressing as you pulled him into the stone. Correct?
Yes, right.
What I am about to show you, I do out of complete trust in the situation. After many, many years of testing, many, many years of watching. What's going on?
The worst thing has come to pass.
That was so good.
I cannot tell you how many times I watched that and I was like, oh man, we set ourselves up so good for all of it. There was so many good pieces. And
Wow.
I had like at least another minute's worth of other clips that I wanted to put in. I just didn't have a song. I was like, I'm gonna be like a 5-minute thing here if I find something else. But the song built up so perfectly to the little pieces that I had. I was like, all right, we're gonna just short and simple. All the little fun pieces here and there.
Good job, man.
It's really good in a horrible way.
I'll post.
Yeah.
Oh, right, the emotion. I was really excited about the editing, but yeah,
Oh man.
that is very sad.
Oh my gosh. Well, yeah.
We found a pretty good game.
All right, that was our stream.
And we're done.
And it's all downhill from there. Let's go.
Okay. I am going to. Yeah. Let's just go. Last week, I don't know what I was gonna do. Last we had left off. The conclave between Olympians and Gaians had begun. You all had gathered together with your fearless leaders from both planets, both colonies representing here to talk about or I should say, talk about the growing concern amongst the Drea that there were less and less Orphics being born. A definite hindrance to the whole plan of coming here to the home universe of Beldura in order to try and oh my god to try and gain a upper hand in case he were to return, as he had nearly led your entire civilization to extinction. But it was not that issue that has taken forefront. As a quote unquote good intentioned Dr. Pandiora has decided to share with the class something for show and tell that will echo down throughout the ages. For she had brought with her a small and inert fragment of the plague, a force of gooey black nature that Beldura had created in your home universe, something that he used to expand, infect, and destroy countless stars, planets, and people. And now, having thought that you were safely universes away, you have come to find that that source, that evil, is here amongst your most powerful and amongst your most promising. In a effort to display how inert and how inactive this thing is, she had taken it out of its containment box and dipped her hands in it. But only moments afterwards, after lowering a shield that had kept everybody safe, that inert substance sprung to action. And as Alexov charged in and smashed the bowl that it contained, a blast of psychic energy was released, encompassing everyone within the conclave hall. Everyone except for a Theron floor. A Theron floor sits in this conclave hall, eyes wide, and stares at the growing mass that seems to be gathering itself up and now split into two entities. These tall, monstrous, black and gold figures. And as you looked around at the other delegates and attendees here, you see most of them seem to be within some sort of mind-like prison, staring, doing the 1,000-yard stares, mouths agape, moaning and grabbing at their heads in pain, in suffering, in terror. The scene around you is truly something of nightmares. But not any more so than the nightmares that are currently being faced by the other three. Alexov, Therenian, and Orasi have found themselves entangled within this doom spell, this space of for all intents and purposes, what was it? Was it in Superman, the negative zone? It's kind of like that.
The Phantom
But
Zone.
the Phantom Zone, that's right. I forgot what it was. Good times. Except not good times. Alexov seemed to have been reunited with his partner and love. Rhea had stood before you, trying to shake you out of your stunned, not even reverie, but just if you're stunned at the whole situation around you, before he seemed to merge with the black tar puddles that had surrounded you within this empty hall. Therenian had been cast back into the Feywild, where she saw countless people dead at her feet, and then suddenly found herself in Bahiri, where she knew without a shadow of a doubt that had they only just listened, had they only just been more vigilant, all of these lives would have been spared. And Orasi, you seem to have been the only one in this vision of yours, not affected by some sort of mind-wiping thing, where everyone around you was reduced to babbles and incoherencies, and you have found that your beefed up self had been reverted to a regular form. And all of these mindscapes swirl around you. The compounding fears and set thoughts kind of just like playing out. It's almost like a fever dream / lucid dream, but not one that you are in control of. It's like every thought and nuance then becomes tenfold and becomes part of the dream, part of the terror, part of the nightmare. And this is what Baldur does. He takes those fears and uses them to incapacitate, like the ultimate predator, so that he might consume. But Floor, you stand right here. Let me adjust this a little bit, and then I'll turn the camera on for everybody. Where's my button? There we go. All right. Now that we have map cam activated, Floor, you see these two creatures here just like tall and tower over as like they rise from the puddle that seems to be growing, and you see that where it touches the ground, it is like absorbing the elements of the ground itself. So the gold and black of them seems to be like it's being formed from where that tar initially sat and is now becoming these massive creatures. Over behind you, you see Zeus on his knees grabbing his head. You see Alexov next to you as well, just in stunned. Like everyone is just stunned and frozen around you. I'm gonna give you 1 round to do something. What are you gonna do?
Oh God, it's me immediately. You gave us each something
Ding, ding, ding.
that I intend to use, if I may.
All right. So, as I was gonna wait, but as precedent for this, so that everybody is on the same page, the players all have been given 1 adjusted wish spell, so to speak. the complexity of the request measures more the difficulty and the cost that it might take from them. But they are able to change reality around them once. They are not able to go change anything that has happened in time already, but they can change something in the present, in this exact moment. So
I I have a few things that I was thinking of, and I will ask one and then the other if the first one does not work mentally. But Fleur, faced with this literal worst case scenario, she is going to attempt to conceptualize something that she has done many, many, many times before, but has never done it in this way. And in this hour of desperation, she's going to try and cast Vortex Warp on as many targets as you will allow me to.
okay.
With the intent of getting as many people in this room, certainly the ones that are debilitated by this
All of them.
void, yeah, maximum distance away.
What's the maximum distance of vortex
90
warp?
feet.
Do you need to see where they are going?
Let me fact check myself because I do have a backup idea in case this doesn't work. Unoccupied that I can see. Okay, different idea. Scratch that. Channeling the fact that she cannot see the maximum amount of distance that would even make this worth the attempt. She is going to take the space that she and these three monsters are standing on, probably like a circle of some kind, just large enough to fit just us three, and send that circle as deep into the ground as is possible. Just indent, like a finger pushing down into the middle of this space.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
A finger of depth spell.
No.
Literally like a cylinder of gravity that is just forcing the earth itself imprinted further in as far as you would permit me to go.
Okay.
Blur included.
Right. Okay. Well, do you have a D100 on you?
I do.
Will you roll it for me, please?
Of course. Let me use a legible D10. Unfortunately, I've rolled 11.
Okay. You ooh, I wonder if, you know what? While we're at it, I'm just gonna have everybody roll for initiative. That way I can see where everybody's gonna be at.
I forget what I rolled. Let me roll again.
Everyone gets a bonus to initiative because of me. Let me double check how much that is. Bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Features and traits. Thank you for your patience. Aura of the Sentinel. Oh wait, are we incapacitated right now?
Yes,
Okay, then never mind.
but I'm gonna allow it.
Okay, so
That's
everyone
fine.
gets +6 to their initiative.
Ooh. Thank you, Thrennian.
That is the highest initiative I have ever rolled.
Definitely up there for me too.
All right, Alexa, where you at?
Okay, so I have advantage on initiative
Mhm.
because of the mobile feat, and because of the Boots of the Vigilant, I can add a D8 to that, plus the 6 for a 35.
Beautiful.
Shit, dude.
Threndian?
28.
28. A
Oh,
Theron
beat the
floor.
rabbit.
I got 17 with that.
Nope. Orasi.
29.
Actually, I'm 19. Sorry, forgot my own speed.
Nice. Okay. That makes this is done. Okay. Do this real quick. Okay. So as this is happening, you concentrate. What would you say that this effect would look like as you are trying to do this?
Blur has a flash of possibilities through her mind, none of which protect all of these people. So in this instant, she desperately conjures whatever magic she has at her disposal and literally just like takes a hand, raises it, and forces it downward as if she were earth bending straight down into the ground. Because the only safe place that she can think is to send the most dangerous things not up, but further away. And that is the only way available.
Okay. As you do this, you see this creature. As you gather this power around you, there's this rumbling to the ground around you, and as it like rumbles and shakes, there is a turning of this giant golden horned head that goes towards you, and you see that a hand is this golden tipped hand reaches out towards you, and seeing this causes you to falter a little bit. 'Cause you needed 50 or more to be like completely successful, but it's still going to cause this massive force to come down, and there is going to be now a crater that is going to there in the center that I cannot physically put. Oh wait, maybe I can actually. This is why I had all of these things for.
Get a bowl.
just cut it
Put a
out.
hole in it.
Just cut it out and put a bowl in there. That should be fine. I thought I had my other little spell effects, but I don't. So, oh well, I'll just use this one. We're just gonna say I wanted a bigger one though. Aha. This is fine. Okay, there's gonna be this spot here. Nope, I'm gonna use this bigger one. It's gonna be flames. Oh no, have ice. Who has an ice frozen thing? Nobody. So we'll do this. This section here in the center is going to be difficult terrain. It's just going to be bowed in like 5 feet. Just goes. Roll for me 3d10s.
Do I tell you each of them?
The total.
Or add
the
them
total.
up.
Yeah, add them up.
24.
24.
10, 10, and 4.
All right. 24. So these things take 24 bludgeoning damage. You're in the center. There's the other one. I was like, wait, there's the other guy. And he takes 24 bludgeoning damage as this sinkhole goes down. And you see both of them are brought to their knees. And I'm going to have them both. No, I can pronounce both. Both of them will roll concentration checks as they are currently holding everybody captive. Let me see. Why is this not working? Okay. We're just going to roll this. This one. Oh, failed. This one. What is the modifier here? Just so I'm sure. Oh yeah, definitely still failed.
Hell yes, floor.
and
Down.
then Rock. Is going to. Okay, he's got. Sorry, guys. Yeah, it's a 20. Wait, no, that's not right. That's not math. 23.
If it's against any of my spell saves, then yeah.
It's just concentration check for being like interrupted. If you're concentrating, it'd be 10 or half of.
Oh, yeah.
So it'd be 12 would be the
DC.
the higher DC. So he passed that one. So we're gonna say half of the room then comes to. And because I don't want to keep everybody in a state of suspended animation forever, it will include all of the players as well.
Yay!
Um,
Good turn. Good turn.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
let's see here. All right, so with that,
I will also, if I have any more stuff in my turn, I don't believe I got any bonus. I don't know what else you're allowing with a make a wish, but
well, I mean,
will-
you had a round, so it'd be a normal round, like a normal turn.
cool. She will run right in between them both.
Run right in between them both. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What's your
Hopping
movement?
right into that difficult terrain,
Yeah,
deer style.
perfect. Love that.
Deer crossing.
Oh,
May they
no.
both wreck against my dear body.
Okay. All right. So we're just gonna have to do this the hard way. That was like first round, just like a surprise round because you were the only one that wasn't in there, and I wanted to see if you would be able to break everybody else out. So you did that.
Oh god.
Pressure's off.
I don't have many damaging spells, y'all.
That was a really good usage of something.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go this one. This is fine. All of you see the world around you melt in each of your own specific dream spaces. You see it literally looks like water, like just oil coming down the walls of your whole world. For Threnian, you see the ground that's littered with bodies just kind of swirl and melt and become liquid and fade away. Orasi, you see you had seen this massive, like, half-consumed dragon-like creature that had been lumbering towards you, just like completely slosh into sludge, fall to the ground right before you, and then cause the ground to also like fall away, so you fall into a hole of darkness. Alexov, you see this massive interwoven and connected Rhea come towards you with each, and it's like he's floating in the air, and these tendrils of inkiness are just like millions of little spindly things that are like, it's like those wind beasts, those wind machines that they put on beaches that have like a ridiculous
kinetic sculpture.
Kinetic sculpture, yeah. It's just kind of like that. It's just this wild looking thing that's coming towards you, and then it just kind of like splashes into nothing. And you guys feel there's a little bit of vertigo as your world just kind of spins, and suddenly you find yourself in this room. And you see the space has changed since like what seemed like a brief second ago. You see this now pit in the center of the room. You see a Theron floor like now in the center of these two gigantic creatures. Let's see here. All right. So that being said, we are just going to jump in there. So surprisingly, not surprisingly, Alexaf, you go first. You are currently right here, and I believe you had your little person here that was here on the side as well.
Okay. So is there any note on how I come to? Like, does everything kind of shake and I understand my like state of things, what had happened to me, or do you think Alexov would think differently of it?
I think that you are kind of aware already of how these things work. So you know, you have an idea. You may, I would assume that at some point you probably in the last war had got under the thrall of this like doom space. Sure. So I'm sure it's not you're like snapped out of it and you're like, you know what it was that happened.
Okay. I think Alexov, upon seeing more, it's such a bittersweet thing, right? Because you see it so corporeally in that space, the doom space, really cool word for it, of Rhea, but Rhea is, you know, an aberration and then taken away. So there's all these emotions, right? So
right.
He had raged seconds ago, which is being overtaken by grief. And I think when he comes back, I will use mechanically a bonus action, and everybody will see him just like full kind of like Jekyll and Hyde, kind of like rippling the back, shift into his wild hunt form, which his pretty much like every bone that has a protrusion just extends further. And so all the scars on his face get covered or like get filled in with various bones. So it's like cheekbones kind of poke out of his cheeks, and like an Oni mask, these like tusks kind of come out of his lips themselves. His nasal bridge kind of like protrudes out. His vertebrae in his spine just get, well, spined. He grows like a distinct, like deep blue and purple fur that has kind of scales underneath it. And he is like 5 octaves lower in his speech and breathing. And I think just properly, he doesn't care. Like, he's already far, like he hasn't raged in years, and this is like the first time he shifted since the crossover. So I think he has to have just a true vengeance mind, and he will attack the one in front of him.
Okay, it's right here.
So to be proper here, the wild hunt form Oh my god, level 20.
Yeah.
I have advantage on wisdom checks. No creature within 30 feet of me can make an attack roll with advantage. So I'm going to constantly be attacking recklessly from here on out.
Question: no creature or no enemy creature, or
No creature.
oh, cool.
I also receive temporary hit points equal to 12. Okay, so much is going on. I have a guide to initiative.
What
Are you-
feature is that? The no advantage.
It's so a shifter has like 4 different versions. The Wild Hunt one allows you to not have advantage against you. I'm going to use Great Weapon Master, so I'm going to -5 this. Oh my god. Okay.
Against you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Not all
Okay,
attacks.
good, good.
I just checked that.
Yeah.
Can they roll
All
with
of us
advantage
sweating over
against
here.
you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good.
That's my beat.
All right. What?
Okay, that is 25 to hit.
I believe 25 hits. Yes.
Okay. Are these guys immune to fear, by the way?
I have no idea.
Okay, so when
This
The
is
shot.
the thing is, well, I would say that overall, I would say you have never seen any of them in the previous war react to being afraid.
okay. Well,
So it's
my
pretty good,
Lovecraft
though.
sword, when it's activated
Hmm?
during a rage, I have an aura that makes every enemy creature have to make a wisdom saving throw or be frightened of me.
okay. It
So I think it would just be those two.
yeah. The moment it's just those two, and at the moment they do not seem to be reacting at all.
Okay. Cool. Okay, so that is 25 to hit. I already said that. Super fun. That is 36 damage for the first attack. I will use a charge of the shrapnel as part of a Blood Fury to add necrotic damage. Before I roll it, are they affected by necrotic damage?
They don't seem to have any. I mean, I would say in the past, sure. I mean, it is not like they're immune to it. They still
great.
take damage from it.
Okay, so that's 15 extra necrotic damage on top of that.
So 36 and then 15.
Yes.
Okay.
That's attack number 1.
Okay. Go on. Continue.
Yeah, Great Weapon Master again. 29 to hit.
Mm-hmm. That hits.
And that is 33 damage. I will use another charge of the Blood Fury on top of the third 3 to make it 46 total.
Okay. On this round is 46 total.
Yes.
Heard. All right.
And I'll have the Spectral Berserker move to closer to floor. The Spectral Berserker, by the way, his name is Nakid the Whale Faller. He's like a deep sea triton that rides a manta ray and has a sword made of a narwhal horn.
I thought you were just gonna stop it. He is a sword made of a narwhal.
That's dope.
Amazing.
One of the gargoyles.
Okay.
That's such a long turn. I'm so sorry, but
Level 20. That's
yeah,
awesome.
it's just
Funny.
Okay.
so
That's
much.
right. And as you go, you'll know what you're doing. Yeah, it's fine. It's all gravy. All right. That's the end of your turn.
Oh, and anybody within the aura takes my rage damage again, which is +6 more to both of them.
Both. All right. 6 damage.
No,
And you get 6 damage. Now you're done. All right. Cool. Next up will be Orasi, followed by Threnian. You 3 are all together, so. And
All
you,
right.
Orasi, are right over here.
Very convenient. Now, when you described them being forced to their knee, was that just for flavor, or do they have like the prone condition?
It's for the flavor of it. They're not
Okay.
knocked down. They're just
Okay.
they went like, yeah, they went to a knee.
It's good flavor.
Yeah.
It tastes
Alright.
delicious.
So I'm gonna just glance around the room. Does Gaia appear to be stunned still?
Yes, because I'm gonna say that this, you can't really see my hand, but like this half of the room has been freed. So
Okay.
this half of the room, which would be most of the Gaians and the people up on top.
All right. Then I think Orasi is just going to swear under his breath and like shout out, not today, and cast bonus action Spirit Shroud on himself as hundreds, thousands of little motes of light swirl around his body, calling forth the spirits of those who had fallen fighting this creature before. And snake up to it, and I would like to start making my 7 attacks.
Okay.
Did you remind chat why you get 7 attacks?
Oh yes, because Aaron is in an attempt to, I assume, balance this encounter, letting me start polymorphed into a Merilith.
Yeah, he's got
All right.
he's got a bunch of arms.
All right, so that's cocked. Okay.
Aaron, which one is still concentrating?
Unsure.
All right, so for the first 4, the lowest roll was a 21.
21 misses.
Okay, then the next one up from that is 23.
Just hits.
Okay, so that's and one of those was a natural 20.
Ooh.
So that's 3 hits and a crit. And then the other, I'm just gonna roll all these attacks at once. And let's see, that's 26, that hits, and then those 2, ooh, that's a 19, then 22, so those 2 don't hit. So that's 3 hits and a crit. And those do, because I cast Spirit Shroud, they do an extra 2d8 radiant damage on top of the 2d8 longsword damage. So let's see, that's crits. Okay. I'll roll the 3 regular hits first. So that's 6d8 slashing damage and 6d8 radiant damage.
I'm going to assume that your attacks are considered magical, yes?
They are, yes.
They're just regular sword.
Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 32 points of slashing damage, and 10, 15, 16, 17, 18 points of radiant damage. So
There was a really great moment where there were 4 concussive beats in the song, and literally in my mind, I was just imagining you hitting with 4 arms in a row.
and then the crit. Do you double the number of dice, or do you double the number rolled on the dice for that?
Double the number rolled.
Okay. So then for the crit, that's going to be 14 points of slashing damage, then 6, 7, 10, and 15, 30 points of radiant damage, and then an additional 12 points of slashing damage from my +4 on each hit.
12. And then what was that first one?
The very first.
No, this is just this one right now. It was
So-
12 damage, and then the one before that was 18.
No, it was 36 radiant
okay.
damage.
Yeah. Okay.
From the crit. I don't know how
Heard.
many that was. That sounded
That's-
like a lot of damage.
No, that's good. That's good. All right. Okay. Anything else?
Action, bonus action, move. Nope, that's everything.
So as you are sliding forward, what is the weapon that you're using, by the way?
I
Like-
have a long sword in each of my 6 hands.
Oh my god! Oh, what in the Final Fantasy villain are you?
Full Baraka.
Jesus. Okay. As you are coming forward, and you're kind of just like, you get to this point where you roll, kind of, yeah, why not? You kind of roll on your body a little bit to create like this like swirling mass of swords, just like shing, 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 and it cuts through this creature's leg as it's starting to like stand up again. And you're just seeing each time the blade tears through its leg, it immediately like just goes whoop, back together again. So it's like cutting through putty, or a really like a really squishy putty. It just goes. There's a little bit of black tar like spray that goes onto the ground as it's like lumbering up and just like it makes horrible noises. That was the other thing I forgot to get. I had a thing for that too.
The horrible noises?
Horrible noises. Yeah, Oh well. Okay. So as it like, does it get? No. All right. Cool. I just was checking it if it does a thing. Actually, yeah. Does that end your turn?
Yeah, that'll end my turn.
It's gonna make a as part of its legendary action, it is going to make a weapon attack on you.
Marvelous.
So you see that as it's taking this damage, and it like imagine those like eldritchy, weird Cthulhu clicking, deep thumping noises. Do you remember actually the noise I was going to use for this? Do you remember the Muto in Godzilla, in the Godzilla movie? Remember how they make this like whale like clicking noise? It just sounded really bizarre. Yeah, that's the noise that I have downloaded but did not load into the thingy. So it was gonna do that. It just was like this loud, resonating, clicking, thumping thing. And as it does so, it flicks a hand towards you, and very akin to how Hela creates swords out of nothing. You just see part of its arm just going like splinter off into a like this jagged looking sword, and then flies at you. That is going to be as it like flies forward, it like grabs the handle just at the last minute and slashes, leaving this like trail of black ink through the air. That is going to be 19 to hit.
Does not. I would like to use my reaction to parry it. Add
Nice.
5 to my armor class. Knock it right out of the way.
Holy shit.
Beautiful. Yeah. As you do this, you're lucky I rolled low. As you do this, the sword, as it gets parried off, loses grip from its hand, and as it goes through the air, it just kind of like splatters on the wall like paint, just like it just disappears or like scatters on the ground. All right, cool. That was its legendary action. Threnian, it is now your turn. You are. Let me adjust the camera over here. Here you are, right over here.
All right. Has the Commodore regained consciousness?
No, he is currently
Okay.
frozen.
So as I
Oh,
shake out
well,
of it,
I was gonna say, I had forgot I had moved him, but yeah, I'll put him down here with you because I put him up on top, but I'll put him down there. But yeah, no.
okay. All right. So as I come to consciousness, shaking it off, there is panic that is immediately replaced by cold fury. As protocol takes over, I look back to my commanding officer, see that he's still embroiled within whatever has captured us. And I am going to reach out with one hand and I'm going to touch him on the shoulder and use cleansing touch, which a bit of divine energy rolls through me, echoes across his body, and it ends one spell on him.
All right. Sure. That sounds awesome. You see as you hold on to him and you grab his shoulder, and this roiling thing comes over. You see his body almost start to convulse, like the two are combating each other. Your power and the thrall that it holds him in. And he just kind of like, his body tenses up, and you swear you can almost hear bones crack or like the joints crack from the intensity of the muscle spasm that's going through his body before it like releases, and he falls to. Everyone's just falling to a knee today. That's just what they're doing. He kind of like stumbles forward, gets back up, and like rubs his head. Oh God.
So as he stumbles, my rapier was already free the moment she pulled out that goddamn box. So I had transferred the rapier over to my arm with the buckler. I take it back over into my main hand, preparing as I look up at these creatures, not looking back at him anymore now that I know that he's okay. And I say, we need to start the evacuation protocol immediately. I'll handle things here.
He is going to look up at this these two giant creatures, and for probably one of the first times, you see a concerned look on his face. Not straight up like, oh my gosh, but he actually looks concerned, and that is probably almost more terrifying than what you have in front of you right now. He begins to look around at the others and sees that like some of the Olympians and some of the people on the top oh my god, top balcony area are beginning to like come to, and that there are others still who are not. He's going to turn to you and just quickly say, we must free the others as well. They're still held in its thrall. And as he says that, he kind of like flicks either hand out to the side, and you see ice just form these like giant like spiked things on each side. Just goes, and he is going to nod at you, and then looks like he's about to start taking off in a direction.
Okay. And seeing the ice form, it is oddly comforting. This is what I have been waiting for, and as terrible as it is, I can only hope that I've prepared enough. So looking to him, then back to the creatures, I say under my breath, almost like a prayer, I am the bulwark, I am the watcher, and I am she with 1,000 enemies. Get them out alive. Let me handle it. And I will use my bonus action to cast, or to use Mortal Bulwark, which will grant me true sight to 120 feet and advantage on the attack rolls that I am about to take. As I move into melee range, I've already used my action, so I cannot attack this round, but I am prepared.
Okay. Do you want to move to this little nugget or this little nugget?
I will move to the one on the left and stand behind it, trying to flank it with Arasi.
Sweet. You run forward and you see this indentation into the marble, the black marble flooring, and you kind of just slide down to the base where you can get to the closest to its like to one of its legs. It's this really cool like jump and then go you slide down the side of it over and kind of bunny hop up again and get ready on the edges of your feet. Beautiful. Alrighty. But
One thing, Aaron, I finished reading. One thing I forgot about that Spirit Shroud. If a creature takes damage from me while that's up, it cannot regain hit points until the start of my next turn. I don't know if they're doing that,
Ooh.
but now they can if they were.
heard. Okay.
Aaron looks at his notes. It's like shit.
All right. So, let's see here. Where are we? Okay. Here we go. All right. This one's. All right. Actually, from this side, you see near Zeus, this one. There was like 4 individuals that were dressed in very similar military armor to Ares. They all had spears at their side. And you see stepping forward Athena and 3 of her companions, all like same shield and spears, seem to shake out of their reverie, see what is going on, and immediately like crowd around her father as they are trying to like kind of shield him a little bit. They take that like phalanx position with shields up, spears out and ready. But you hear that Athena's like shouting orders to her companions. And as they do so, I'm just gonna take this. I should have done that a second ago, but I'm just gonna put these over here. You see that the 4 of them, well, right now there's only 3, but they all sprout wings of light. And one of them, Nike, she grabs, she's kind of in the back. She's going to leap up into the air and fly up to this top section to try and, it appears, get people out. As you can see her, she flies over to the door where the door was sealed and locked. She's now in the process of opening that up. Okay, that being done, that's her turn. So then it is now this creature's turn. This amalgamation here, I love it when the music switches on my without me doing it. This one here, she kind of rears back, and you see that there of the 2, one has a more female appearance and one is a little bulkier and slightly more in male. And you kind of remember that one of them had absorbed Dr. Aura, one of them had absorbed Lycaon. And this one, the one who looks more feminine appearance and is also marked with the golden line down the center. That's the way I could determine which one was which if they moved around. Is going to turn its attention this way now, seeing you 3 gathered here, and you see its hands kind of pull together, and this crackling energy starts to form around it as it casts chain lightning. So I need
What level spell is that again?
I don't know.
6th, I think.
I would like to use a reaction.
Sure.
I have the Mage Slayer feat.
Right.
So I'm going to attack now.
Okay.
And if this is the one concentrating, it will have disadvantage on its concentration check.
Okay.
I think I think it might have to make a save or lose chain lightning.
If not, I've got counterspell.
Well, you wouldn't. Would you know to use counterspell while he's attacking?
Well, I mean, would imagine I'd know to use it the moment I see a spell being conjured.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I wouldn't know that I have access to this spell.
Okay.
When you damage a creature that's concentrating on a spell, that creature has disadvantage on the saving throw. It makes them maintain its concentration. So Chain Lightning is concentration, and it's now switching
It
over
is.
that
It
concentration.
is. It is not
It's not.
concentration.
I will counterspell, but I'll wait till he attacks first.
Well, you still cast the spell, right, in order to counter it. So both can work,
Yeah.
correct? Yeah. Okay, we're good. So that's 30 to hit.
30 hits.
Wonderful. And that is 31 damage.
Okay. 31 damage. All right. You see, as you do this, you strike out on the blade. You see the energy going forth. Go ahead and make your counterspell attempt.
All right. So,
Because mind
being in
you, I mean, before you know what I mean, well, I guess it doesn't matter. I said it. It was my bad because you don't know what level spell this is. So it
Fair
would
enough.
be.
Fair
You know
enough.
what I mean?
I will use it at the base level.
But
because
no. I told you. So you're fine. You're good. You're
Thank
covered.
you. I will use it at the base level anyway, because being an improved abjuration wizard
Mhm.
with improved abjuration, I get my proficiency bonus to all abjuration spells, which counterspell is. So
Heck yeah.
Oh, add 10.
I will
Sorry.
add 10.
No, add 10 to Aaron to the damage because I did Great Weapon Master.
Okay. 10. Hurt. No, you're good.
Nat 20. 26.
26. All right, cool.
Fleur's eyes flash orange brighter than they have so far. She holds up the sphere that she's used a few times to teleport, and there's just a wave of force that pulses backwards over this creature
Nice.
as the lightning appears.
This is
I've seen that before.
okay. Beautiful. You do that. It's just gonna so it is a saving throw. Would you, David, would you say a legendary resistance that allows you to succeed a saving throw would allow you to succeed a concentration saving throw for this?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. Then she will use her legendary resistance to
What team are you on, David?
to succeed at this.
Waffle neutral.
In which case, then I need a Theron floor to make a dexterity saving throw,
Oh no.
as well as Orasi and Therenian.
Is this
Nat
against the chain
20.
lightning?
Holy shit.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay. I have
Everyone. Also, you get +4 to your saving throws because
Okay.
of me.
Sorry, what kind of saving throw?
Dexterity, please.
28.
26. Nat 20.
Beautiful. Barely make it.
Oh my god.
32.
32 also makes it. All right, you all succeed.
Let's ruin Aaron's game, y'all. Let's do it.
Keep it up.
Do not antagonize the
I know.
DM.
Keep it up.
I promise that is not meant.
Just clip this part. 3 hours later, and we're all crying.
Okay.
I'm riding the high as we have it because I know it'll be gone.
Oh Lord, I hate that I had to keep going back and forth with this. Okay, so then that total is 29 halved. No, I mean 29 is the halved, so it's 29 lightning damage.
I have
From that.
resistance to lightning damage, so
Beautiful.
15.
Sure.
I will reduce some of that damage with my projected arcane ward.
Beautiful.
So pretty much a shimmer effect absorbs how much lightning damage would you have taken?
15.
Takes 15 damage away.
Cool.
And I'm marking off how healthy my ward is because I need to keep it healthy.
Yes.
You see as it does that, it is now going to turn its attention up to the balcony on this side. And I need chat to roll me a d10, if you would.
Don't do
I
it,
think
chat.
I think
Don't
it's
be
a
complicit.
exclamation point d10. I think.
Mm,
Mutiny.
no.
I think it's this.
I don't like the sounds of screams and what my brain told me who was screaming.
Hey,
I
wait.
think you got to put a roll in there.
Oh, do I? All right. Well, you know what? I'll just roll a d10. It's fine.
No.
Huh? Don't worry, Taco.
Oh,
Oh, he did 4.
4.
All right, cool.
Thank you, Taco.
You are gonna see 4 of these individuals struck with tendrils from this creature as it like lashes out. And you can see the individuals like get flung back against the wall and collapse on the ground.
But they're okay, right?
Yeah, they seem fine. They just collapsed on the ground after having been struck by like some gooey stuff. What's the worst that could happen? That will end
Seems fine to me.
this creature's turn. It is now Theronfleur's turn.
A Theronfleur is also hopeful because in this particular instant, she, unlike Alexov, has never. Shut up, Alexa.
It really happened. The jokes
That's
write
weird.
themselves.
Unlike Alexov and or the others, Fleur has never fought Beldura. She has only fled and been terrified of. So in this instance where her powers are working and the powers of her friends and allies are working, she has a sense of hope that she didn't have ever before, and thus is mentally going on the offensive where she was prepared to be more on the defensive. She will hold up her sphere and it will glow red, and she will hold up her other hand over it and draw a blade from it, which will then leave her grasp and hover in the air over one shoulder. She will cast Mordenkainen's sword,
Nice.
Fuck yeah, man.
which will then lash out at the female-like creature.
What's your sword look like?
That's a good question.
Thank you.
We'll say that it is somewhat like a scimitar, but there's like a more woven and laced nature to its blade. Like there are gaps literally in the red metal in between.
Metal.
I'm bad at describing weapons because
No, you're good.
That was great.
That's cool.
Thank
I
you.
like it.
So she'll make a melee spell attack against the Femalian creature.
Familian? Oh no.
That is a 21, which I don't believe hits.
Does not.
I will use the might not be the best time for it, but we'll write it. I will use the inspiration that Dreamy gave me to roll again.
Nice.
Even worse, I'm afraid. So it will miss on that one, but the blade remains.
Nice. All right. So the blade, as it goes through the creature, because it's so big, there's no way you can really miss it. But it just does it like the other ones before. It just seems to like slice through the leg, and you watch. It's almost like it splits around the leg and then reforms as it like cuts through this space.
Actually, just before my turn ends, reading Mordenkainen's sword, it's kind of like a way better spiritual weapon. Until the spell ends, I can use a bonus action on each of my turns to make it attack and move it. I have not used a bonus action yet. Can I make an attack again if I use my bonus action?
Sure. Why not?
All right. I think that's how it's meant to be able to work. That is a 30.
30. That does hit.
Good job.
And that is. Yeah, baby. 15 points of force damage.
15 points of force damage. All right, cool. It's over here. Go ahead.
Did those 4 people die?
You just saw them fling back. Like, you see them get struck from your point of view. You see them get struck and fall out of line of sight. Like, they fell behind the edges of the balcony. So we're just going to bring the camera
I think
over
they're further
here.
than 30 feet away from me, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
So we're just going to say this one, this one, this one, and this one.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
You're welcome. No, you're fine. All right.
I should probably be focusing on those people getting hit with tendrils.
All right. That ends your turn.
Yes.
All right. And since we had already done this, the lair action happens. You see the creature that you had just struck, a Theron floor, turn its head down to you. And there is like a little bit of a chuckle that issues from it. As the strikes that have been given it, it just seems to like grow a little bigger and get a little stronger. Kind of almost looking like it's healed some of the bits that have been damaged. But only one of them gets to do that because the other one is currently unable to. But we are getting to his turn now.
Thank you,
because,
Orasi.
because this one here now turns his full attention on Orasi.
At
And
the
his-
start of his turn, his speed is reduced by 10 feet.
Awesome. He takes one.
And he's on difficult terrain, so I'd like to
takes-
see him get anywhere today.
He gets one step up on top and moves this direction towards, kind of almost moving towards Gaia. And you see as it reaches both arms out, like to the side, 4 different daggers and swords appear in its hand, and it starts to grab them from the air and swing them with each one.
Hey, that's my shtick.
So the first one on Orasi is going to be a 23.
Parry.
The second one
Misses.
is going to be a oh lord. These are such big numbers.
It's okay, they can wrap around and start coming back up from the bottom again if they're too big.
Yeah. 35.
Yeah, that'll hit.
He just made it.
Question mark? 25.
What kind of damage is this? Or is that to hit? Or
That's
is
to
that
hit.
damage? Okay, yeah, 25 hits.
And then 19 on the last one.
19 does not hit.
Okay. So just the one attack hits, right?
Yeah.
The
The 30,000 or whatever it was.
35.
Yeah, the 35 hits.
Okay. The one that hit is going to be, oh god, so why is it 25 points of force damage.
Force damage.
Arcane Ward.
Okay. How many points are you taking off of there?
25.
Oh, 25? The full 25? All right, you see as each blade
Yours, man.
strikes towards you, you parry with each one, the clang, clang, clang. And then this last one that you hit, we'll say, we'll just put it like this because it sounds cooler. The first three, you block in succession, but it leaves you open. And the fourth one that would have cleaved you right down the middle, there is this abjurative shield that just kind of warps into place. And you can see... a Theranfleur over off in the pit, like looking up and having cast out. You see the hand trembling as there's like that moment where the blade is like struggling against the shield for a moment before it releases. And
Arasi,
Nice.
with your true sight, you can kind of see this like circular plane emanating from literally right in front of Fleur, encompassing everyone, that is growing thinner and thinner, but is still protecting, like, directly in between people that are close enough to her and the monster. But this wall has gotten quite thin.
Already undone, what, 40 points of damage with it?
no. All right, that ends its turn. You'll see over here that
It's doing my job, boss.
we're gonna say Apollo joins the winged flight as like these fiery wings expand outwards. And I'm just gonna roll it already for myself. I'm gonna need another lair action. Do.
Would you all... I'll wait till you're done, Aaron, but
No,
would
you're
you
fine.
let me know before the start of the new round? Because I can refill my ward a little bit if I use shield or any other abjurative spell, but I also might want to hold counterspell up. So just at the start of the round, I would like to have used shield if there's no other reaction to use.
All right. So then, right now, there is going to be one of the creatures is going to like lift up a foot and slam it down into the ground, and it causes the whole building to kind of like rattle and shake. I need you guys to all make dexterity saving throws, please.
Not again.
Dexterity.
Curse these four legs.
Don't forget your +4.
Thank you. That is 23.
23. All right. 26.
32.
Beautiful.
17.
All of you make it. You guys feel the ground rock beneath your feet. And we hit. What?
I have an extra person. The spectral Nakheed.
Well,
Narwhal stab.
He got a 5 on his save.
oh, okay.
No.
Well, can it get knocked prone? It's just a.
Sure.
Okay. Well, then that one would. then the spiritual Nakheed gets knocked down.
Why?
And he falls over somehow.
I'm a fucking ghost. What the fuck is this?
I know. It's like I would say there's like a little bit of distortion, and it kind of just makes him look like he's.
I like to think that like his feet have not been walking on the ground, so the earth shakes and he's actually not affected, but he's still. It just feels
He's
like
a very
he has
dramatic
to fall
sort.
over.
Okay. From up here on top, you see the individuals rise, but the two, well, where 4 had fallen, 1 rises from this side at the top of the round.
Could I use
It-
shield?
Huh? For
Shield
what?
to refill? Literally for no other purpose than it. When I use abjuration spells, it refills my ward by a small amount of points.
Did you not use your reaction earlier to counterspell?
Was that the same round?
Yes.
Okay, then never mind.
I mean, yeah. It was the same round.
Cool. Unfortunately, I hadn't blocked anything yet, so it was at full when I used it, and so
Yeah. All right, so we now have this little guy up here.
Oh, he looks fun.
It's fine.
What are those fingers?
Yeah. Oh, have you not? You want to see what he looks like up close?
Hate it.
He-
Oh,
He's a
I know
very
that
hands.
thing.
he's a very lovely person. Alexov, it is now your turn.
Okay. I realize that I have not really flavored things because I'm so overwhelmed by mechanics. So I think we're
Don't
okay
worry,
now.
I haven't either.
I'm.
We're all good. We're allowed.
Yeah.
I want to do something a little strange, but it's level 20. We're all gonna die anyway. So.
God.
So Nakid's turn is not a part of mine. He has a separate initiative that's right after mine, kind of like a familiar is.
Yeah.
Which I didn't know until later in the turn. So what I want to do is I want to use Nakid, who is this like manta ray cavalier, as a boost. So like step on his shoulder and have him fling me into the air.
Okay.
Use my bonus action whilst I'm in the air to redo my wild magic surge, thus disappearing Nakid.
Mhm.
And then upon the descent, attack, hitting the, I don't know what to call these things, the Belduran entity, like in the clavicle, and kind of slice around it. So I end up like
On the other side.
on the back.
Okie dokie. Sure. Why not? Make an acrobatics check for me.
Acrobatics. Do I need to make like an athletics for Nakid as well, or am I just good?
No, you're good with that. This is just to make sure that you can dodge the giant horns as this creature's turning its head.
Okay, that is a 10
Okay.
acrobatics.
You launch yourself up and over, and as the blade carves through from clavicle and back.
Oh, hold that thought, because before that is a wild magic surge, just to see if it also
Does anything else?
interacts
Yeah.
with it.
Mhm.
Because I thought that'd be a cool thing.
And then Arasi, you're up next after this.
Okay.
By the way, the kind of back into the flavor thing, this kind of aura of fear is like a very Belduran, which I think is noticeable to everybody and probably very unnerving, that there is almost like a black pool around it that is probably emphasized by the crater that we're in. And you can kind of see these like little spectral hands kind of like pulling down within that circle. That is incredibly frightening. And I think with his kind of hunched back and bones protruding from the knuckles, he'll look up at Thrinian's eyes before all this kind of goes down. And you'll see that they are slitted and blink sideways. And it is extremely difficult to recognize the physicality, but very easy to recognize, I think, the emotional state. So the wild magic surge I rolled an 18.
Mhm.
So healing and curing, which is really interesting. So I glow green while I'm in the air, and each ally creature within 30 feet of me regains 1d8 HP.
Nice.
I'm pretty
And-
sure. Yeah, that's fine. It hits everybody.
Fantastic. And then I do the attack. I rolled a 25 to attack
25.
with Great Weapon Master for this cleaving of the clavicle.
That hits.
Okay. I did 52 damage.
52 damage. Okay. Very nice.
The other entity takes 6 damage because he's still within 30 feet of me. Do I need to specify psychic damage, by the way? Because that is part of the swords modifier.
Doesn't seem so.
And the audience sees cinematically this crystal sword is extended by a giant silhouette of a screaming face, and Alexov is feral, primal, going at it in a way that is very much the berserker fighting style. There's not a where I think also to use kind of Thrinian as a foil, where there is a lot of, I think, technique there with the rapier. This is like the other end of the spectrum.
Right.
That. And I think that's my turn.
Alrighty. That ends your turn. Arasi, it is now your turn.
All right, so I'm technically a large creature right now. So if I got in between them, could I be in range for melee with both of them?
No, because one is at the bottom of the pit and one is at the top of the pit.
In which case, I'll just stay where I was.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm gonna see those people taking loft on golden wings over there, and in contrast to them, I'm going to invoke my elemental gift as just violent wind starts whipping around me and picks me up off the floor just a little bit, granting me a flying speed for the next 10 minutes as a bonus action. And I am going to unload on this one that I hit before.
Beautiful.
Okay. Am I flanking now or anything like that that would generate advantage?
Not anymore, just because it had moved from where Threnian had been standing before.
Okay. If there's no way I could get, can't really tell from here. If there's a way I could position myself so that I was flanking.
I would say no, only because Threnian was in the pit, and
Gotcha.
this is now on top.
Yeah, totally fair. Depth perception is hard.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Okay, so first one is going to be a 25.
Hits.
21, that doesn't hit. That just straight up doesn't hit at all. 22.
That hits.
Okay. 3 more. Okay, that one hits. That's a 22 again. 28 and 23. So that's 5, I think.
5.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so many dice. So that'll be 10d8 slashing plus 10d8 radiant plus 20.
Beautiful.
So 10d8. So that's 47 slashing damage across the 3 attacks. I can break them up if you need me to.
No.
And then 43 radiant damage across them. And then
The 20.
the 20.
Beautiful.
And once again, he cannot regain hit points.
Nice.
So I just tear into it with these little motes of spirits that I've called forth, going in and holding the wounds open as best they can.
Beautiful. All right. Is that the end of your turn?
That will be my turn.
All right. Threnian.
All right. I am. If I move, do I provoke an opportunity attack against the other one, or with the other one that's in the pit?
Her attention seems focused on everybody else right now, but
Okay.
it depends on how far you're gonna go. Because at the moment, no.
Fair. You know what? Just to be safe, I am going to use one of my Harangon features, which is Rabbit Hop. I'm going to jump 30 feet, which, while I am moving in this manner, it does not. I don't provoke any opportunity attacks. I'm going to hop
Beautiful.
out of the pit and get back behind the one that I was focusing on earlier.
All right.
And I'm going to try to stab it in the that hollow spot behind the knee with my
Ooh.
rapier twice. So first one, that is a 29 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, I'll roll damage for that one. So 8, 16. Okay. 16 base, and then I'm going to throw a Divine Smite on that.
16 base damage so far.
Mm-hmm. And an additional 8 radiant damage from the smite.
Okay.
And then my second attack, I'm just jabbing like a needle in that hollow spot. Ooh, not as good. 24 to hit?
That also hits.
Okay.
Wait, yeah? Yeah, it does.
Okay. And then that one is going to be another 16 points of piercing damage.
16 points of pierce damage. Heard.
And let's see, do I have any? Oh, Rabbit Hop was my bonus action. Okay. So, yes, that will be my turn.
Beautiful. All right. Cool. As you slice and dice into this creature with each stab, you pull back the blade and kind of do that little like quick whisk off to the side so that the goo seems to like splatter across the ground and doesn't stay sizzling onto your blade. It's not necessarily acidic, but it just has that like weird reaction that it kind of sizzles whenever it touches.
Oh, and actually for an added bit of flavor, to sizzle that goo off of it, the blade itself seems to glow with an inner holy light. As having ignited this with Divine Smite already, it seems like that energy seems to be that energy is suffusing the entire weapon, as it is in fact a Holy Avenger rapier.
Nice. Awesome. All right, you are going to see then, as you do that, there's a crackle of lightning and thunder as Zeus has finally kind of come to, as it were.
Oh, hell yeah.
And he turns into a swan.
It just flies away.
Like you hear the lightning just kind of go across as this like blast of lightning kind of crackles up and strikes into the ceiling. He is going to leap upwards onto here, and he starts shouting at Athena and her furies to kind of go and help people out. He is going to see the creature that is gonna pull back the camera a little bit.
By the way, Knockheat is gone.
Knockheat is gone. Okay.
No, he got killed when his head hit the ground when he got prone.
There is you see him like start to gather power together as he kind of like starts to swirl it around his hand before he fires off a bolt of lightning, and it goes across the area and hits the creature on the other side that's over here. Just as his clawed hand was about to like tear into an individual, it like bursts it back against the wall. That takes care of that. It is now this creature's turn. You start to hear, well, actually, I guess everybody except for a Theronfleur doesn't hear this.
Oh yeah, I blanked whatever this thing would say. So
Actually, hold on. Wait a minute. You can't get your mind read, but that doesn't mean that we can't project things into your brain.
Oh yeah, if it's the Ring of Mind shielding you're thinking of, you are
Immune to telepathy?
telepathic communication only with consent. I also
Oh,
have
okay.
one.
Okay. In that
Do it to
case,
me.
do it to me. The rest of you, just hear the voice.
Baldur would like to know your location. didn't I?
You just hear
So alone. So quiet. So alone. So quiet.
as it kind of like repeats itself as it seems to be emanating from this one creature. She is going to turn now, having seen Zeus up here. She's gonna like you see these orbs of light that start to rotate around her hand as she fires off arcane blasts.
Does it look like a spell to Fleur?
Make an intelligence check for me. You have never seen battle with these creatures before, so
Fair enough. That is I am the smart woman. A saving throw or just an intelligence check?
Intelligence check.
Okay, that is a 9.
Never seen this before. Unfortunately.
Okay.
That is going to be.
Doesn't look like a spell to me.
Well, it is. I mean, it's literally just blasts of energy.
Yeah, who knows? There's monster features and all that.
So the first one is a 30. That one's going to go towards Zeus. There's 2 that are going to go towards Alexov. So the first one for Alexov is going to be another 30.
Okay, yeah, that hits.
And then the second one for you.
By the way, am I on his back? Did we decide that, or am I like on the floor, just having sleep down?
I thought you had gone back down to the other side. Do you want to try and stay up on the back? No, you wouldn't. Yeah. Not Will. With the you only rolled a what? Was it a 9 or a 10?
Oh, I thought that was just to like avoid the horn.
Yeah. Well, that way it would just keep it all the same if you want.
Oh yeah, that's totally fine. Put me on the floor.
Okay.
I was just making sure that like, how I was
being
being targeted.
Yeah. It'll just be on the back side right here. The other one's a natural 20 for a total of 38. 38?
Reaction silvery barbs on that 20.
Yeah, it would have been 38. All right, so reaction silvery barbs has to reroll, correct?
I know that spell. I counter it.
That will be
must refill the arcane
34 for the second one, but it's not a critical.
Okay, yeah, they both hit.
And then 1 for a Theron floor.
I will shield.
That is going to be a 25.
That still very much hits.
Yeah.
But I will refill my ward a little bit.
Okay. And then this is going to be. It's easy. So, Alexov, that is going to be 19 for the first attack damage.
What kind of damage?
It is force damage.
Okay.
The second one is going to be 11 points of force damage. And then
he doesn't even move.
Nice. And then a Theron floor that is 18 points of force damage.
I will not use my ward to protect anything from that, so I will take 11.
Okay.
David, who do you give the advantage to?
Oh, that's a good point. I will. You know what? I'll give it to Alexov since I pulled that fate around you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. It is going to then use its bonus action, and it is going to fire off a couple more things into the crowd. Just for the sake of it being fast.
Let me know if they die.
Just tell me.
Another 4.
I can take it.
There's these 4 here that are just going to go onto the ground.
Oh.
Lay down. You are sleepy. Okay. That ends their turn. A Theron floor. It's not your turn.
Fleur is going to try something crazy. Oh, if it works, it'll be so cool. If not, at least the idea will be. Uh, Fleur has tried many times to access the Feywild, and each time that has failed. But recognizing the principles that she has attempted, and also the fact that what she is trying to do was recently done to her, she's going to attempt to banish not the creature exactly, but judging by her awareness of the spell. Again, this is mostly flavor, but if you want to do anything with it and if it works, that's up to you. She's going to attempt to banish the parts of this creature that are Dr. Aura.
Okay. Make an Arcana check for me as you try and focus and find Dr. Aura in this thing.
Damn it. Arcane check, that is 15.
15. You focus your mind, right? And you're trying to find something to latch onto. And you concentrate and you concentrate and you concentrate. And your mind goes towards, and there's like a brief connection with another mind. And another mind. And another mind. And another mind. And you realize that there is not just Dr. Aura in this thing. You remember it had absorbed multiples before it had shattered into two. You hear screaming.
Block.
You hear just
she hears
like,
the start of it and just immediately
um
into wall.
it is even that little bit has given just enough to where your kind of echoes just that brief little that you heard before you shut it all off was enough to kind of like send your eye twitching a little bit as it just kind of like, you don't know what was in there, but whatever was in there, there's nothing but chaos and screaming in that void of a space.
Then she will, reflecting the horrors of that, kind of goes from micro to macro and just pushes at this whole thing instead.
Okay.
It makes a charisma save against banishment.
Charisma save. All right. That is going to be 24.
That is a success. But I will regain a few more points from using an abjuration spell.
Okay.
For my arcane ward.
And
the other thing that she will do, since that failed, she is going. I imagine these things both look very healthy.
You can't see any like wounds on them, yeah.
Then probably not recognize. Has she been able to recognize whether one has reconstituted or not? Like
the one
Arasi preventing them from healing.
I
Then
would say yes.
She's going to change direction and send, with a wave of her hand, send the red blade conjured by magic careening towards the masculine one.
This one
that
over
does
here?
not appear to be healing.
Okay.
And we'll bonus action spell attack with the Mordenkainen sword.
Okay, go for it.
That is a 24.
24. Alrighty. That does hit.
Gotcha.
This is a not a ranged attack, right?
It's a melee spell attack, but
Okay,
she's able to
it's
move the blade.
Yeah, the range is what I was asking. Or not ranged, yeah. Oh, okay.
Just 9 force.
9 force? You betcha.
All right. And she will kind of move out of this pit a little bit just to get more in between these things.
So you're gonna start climbing the wall on this side?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And that'll be it.
Dope. This one is not going to turn its attention. So we'll call her Sewell.
Sewell.
Sewell will turn her attention to you. Okay. She is just going to make 2 more arcane blasts in your direction. That is.
Should we just rule that this one won't register as a spell? I'm totally good with that.
It's the same thing. The same as before.
Okay. Out of character, I'm suspicious if this is Eldritch Blast, but if it's in character, does not register to her, then cool.
No,
we'll
it's
just
not
leave that the same.
It looks very similar, but it is not an Eldritch Blast. That is
Cool.
a 16 and a 17 to hit.
I don't think she's used anything, or she did. No, wait. This round
reaction?
she did use shield.
Yeah.
I think already. So that remains up. What were the 2?
16 and a 17.
They both miss.
All right, cool. Both those miss. The creature up on the top of the stairwell is going to start like ravaging through some of the people. You're starting to hear like the screams and pain of terror up on the top as the clashes are happening up on top. I am going to do a lair action. Ooh. Okay.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Through the slashing, just like, ew.
We'll call this guy Rock. R-A-K. Rock. Rock is going to slam a fist down into the ground, and you will hear this like trembling sound as the marble kind of begins to shatter beneath both of Arasi and Threnian. And it like goes between your legs past you, and you can see like the little it's like the gopher kind of like going through the dirt kind of thing. It just like goes past you to each of the 2 columns over here, this one and this one, and you see parts of the column then shoot outwards, and like almost like it almost looks like they exploded, very Matrix style, but then they form into tendrils that then wrap around both of you and begin to pull you back and away from the creature. I need you both to make strength saving throws.
Okay, and Arasi, you get advantage from the Holy Avenger and +4 from Myra.
Marvelous. Strength.
Marvel Avenger.
Nat 20.
Nice
Total
20.
30.
Plus.
I need to make 2 concentration checks for the creature that you were attacking, Threnian. Threnian, you said what, Orasi?
A 30 from me.
30. Okay. I thought you had rolled really low for a second. I was like, a what? No,
Nope, 30.
you both are fine. You both, instead of getting pulled back the full amount, you only get pulled back 5 feet. So just like a step back. And a step back. So not far really at all, but you succeeded in holding tight. You both like dig. Well, Threnian digs her feet into the ground.
I plant
the
all
daggers.
6 of my swords into the
There
ground.
you go. There you go. To prevent you from being slid backwards. That's beautiful. Rock is now it's their turn. So you see from this distance, he is standing right next to Gaia Kronos and the other guy and delegates who are. Oh, I need to make those Constitution saving throws because he is the one concentrating on the other half of the people.
Oh, I hit him a whole bunch of times.
And you hit him a whole bunch of times. I need to make at least a couple on there. We're gonna go with you hit him
Including from the
twice.
first round. I think.
I hit him. I
No.
hit him 8 times
Total. Okay.
over the 2 rounds.
Heard.
And I can give you the average damage that would have done if you want.
That's fine.
Right.
He's
Rossi's a better concentration
no,
breaker
he
than
failed.
Magic Missile.
third one. He failed. So then everybody on this side has now regained consciousness. Everyone's
Good job.
back
Get out of
to
here, Gaia.
that is the group that he is currently with right now, and he is going to look in their direction. And he takes 4 of his blades that start to rotate around his arm, and then shoves them downwards as he makes 4 attacks in her direction.
I would like to use my Sentinel feature.
Okay.
Going down to that. Or wait, no, never mind. That's opportunity attack. I was thinking of Shield Master.
Oh, okay.
Carry on. Because he didn't move, did he?
No, he hasn't moved
Okay,
yet.
never mind.
You can use Sentinel to attack someone who's not attacking you within 5 feet.
But they got moved 5 feet back.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh man, this is all but not great rolls. That's fine. This is fine. We're all fine here. Okay. The 4 blades that it brings down. You see one after another. There's like this arcane shield that goes up, breaking each one. And on the 3rd, it breaks. And Gaia takes a step backwards. And on that 4th strike, you see the blade plunge down towards Gaia.
Can I silvery barbs this?
I mean, it wasn't a 20. It wasn't a natural 20.
It doesn't have to be to silvery barbs.
Okay.
I also have 15 points of Arcane Ward.
This is, I think, I don't know if this would be. What's the range of this? Do you have to be able to see
30
them?
feet.
Because you are currently in the pit still.
Oh, yeah. I've been misled of how deep. I guess I don't see him.
Because it did go like between 5 and 10 feet down, and they are further back. So it's just like the line of sight is just not enough.
Yeah. Projected ward.
Arasi,
That I can see. Yeah, I don't see her.
Okay, Arasi, do you want to go ahead and use silver barbs?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Beautiful.
And I'll,
So it's a reroll.
yeah, using the lower of the 2 rolls.
Still high enough.
And I'll give the advantage to Gaia.
Okay.
Mm.
You see as the blade goes down, Python stands in its way and takes the hit for her. And it stabs into like his right shoulder or left shoulder. Sorry. So he goes, stabs back, falls against his mother as the blade buries itself into his shoulder. And he grabs onto the blade and with a loud scream shoves it back outwards. And that is the end of that one's turn. Is going to bring us to the top of the round. Alexov, as you were doing this, the doors up on top have now opened. And you can see the individuals are beginning to funnel outwards. But two creatures now have emerged from where these had been attacked. As we have another one of these guys. And what looks like a being of pure shadow that doesn't really matter, but he's tiny. But more like of the plague have begun to sprout from other parts of the top up there. And we'll get rid of these people as they have made it out. These people will have made it out. And we're going to go to break there at the top of the round to get ourselves a minute to stretch, drink a little something as this fight is approaching maximum velocity or something like that.
It's been 2 rounds, guys.
Yeah, but it's going faster. It's getting faster now that we're in, we're getting into the flow of things.
Play.
Okay.
Play. It's crazy.
All right, so we will be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Where is our? Oh, there it is.
Thank you.
لابد لي أن أرتدي
If I do my job right, you and everybody else are going to get to build that stable future. So you keep doing what you're doing, I'll keep doing what I'm doing. And, you know, it's as long as there are people on watch who can keep us all safe, then the people on the streets will never have to worry.
If we find out that you indeed mean us no harm, I will owe you a big apology and I will explain. But until then, I have to assume that you are a threat to us.
We all know how our interactions with the residents of this place have gone in the past. As limited as they are, I am here to personally make sure that we're not about to have another one.
I don't know what's worse. Looking up at the sky with him. That it stole the stars from us. Or that it stole you from me.
If I can help, I will. But if your choice endangers my daughter, I will do what I have to do to keep her safe.
No one will get hurt, I promise.
You cannot promise that.
I can promise that.
Well, we've all seen that which is felt by the plague becomes of it. And that was progressing as you pulled him into the stone. Correct?
Yes, right.
What I am about to show you, I do out of complete trust in the situation. After many, many years of testing, many, many years of watching, what's going on?
The worst thing has come to pass. Out and get some interesting sponsors, you know.
فليكن لابد لي أن أرتدي حلة الموت. فليكن لابد لي أن أرتدي
Heard.
Big old chunky butt.
Sold.
Son of a bitch, I'm in.
Amazing timing. Amazing.
You had me
timing.
at big ass.
Peaches.
You didn't need that last consonant.
Mm-mm.
Comic relief. Comic relief. We need it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
All right. So, top of the round as people begin to flee. You can see, I'm going to move the camera around a little bit. So you see some of the individuals up here begin to turn into more elements of the plague. The doors open, even though it's not, but it's open. As Nike and Zeus are beginning to try and channel people in. The battle rages up on top as the battle rages here on the bottom against these two massive creatures. And just now, one of them had made an attempt to stab through Gaia, but was foiled by her own blasts and then by of arcane wards, and then as the final one by her own son stepping in front to take the blow instead. Now at the top of the round, it is Alexov's turn.
Okay. First question.
Yes.
Do I s-
I'm sorry, the music just like, first question.
nearby, do I see one of the winged helpers or a goddess
Yes.
transporting people?
Currently not transporting people. It looks like they are,
But
had
they would
been-
have the ability
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's in charge over there? Was it Athena or?
Yes.
Alexov is going to look down at his hands that are glowing a nearly white green and seeing almost it counteract this fearful aura around him, where almost like flowers start to bloom instead of these hands spectrally coming from the floor. And he sees people like his friends Floor and Brinian and Rossi feel better because of this surge of really random power mechanically from the Wild Magic Surge. And he's going to feel his heart, like two of them, beat deeply in his chest, feeling the capability that he has never experienced before. This is a wild, literally, power that he has avoided since 18 years ago with Floor and carving into the earth. And this is the first time that it has not been a destructive ability. And he looks up at these two mammoth Belduran abominations and thinks to himself, the cat's out of the bag. And so he makes an attack at the Achilles of this one.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I forgot the whole, we're in like Greek stuff.
No,
The
it was
nameless attendant.
You would like to attack Achilles.
The so far. Is Achilles here?
Cypress has no idea what you're talking about.
He attacks the tendon that is just a regular tendon. And that will be a 25 to hit for 52 damage.
Nice.
He has the mobile feat, so since he has attacked,
It's the one that was in front of you, right?
correct.
The morphine. Okay. 52 damage, you said?
yeah.
Cool.
And since I have attacked, I can leave the space without provoking opportunity attack.
Okay.
I am going to move over to Athena, this gargoyle of a person that I am.
Yeah.
Probably very scary, not anything that Athena has seen before.
Her attention currently is focused on trying to get to some of the people that are here that were kind of between you and her that are back here in this area, but still keeping the shield and the spear facing forward, kind of moving over to the side. She does a quick like glance over, kind of focuses her attention on you, but then lowers it just a little because she's aware of the battlefield around. She's seen who you are, but the initial like who's approaching, and then kind of lowers it a little.
I think through this kind of hulking mass that he is, he has torn through his glimmer weave clothing, and it's now in its original form as this bloody jacket of Rhea. But it is noticeable to be a gargoyle thing, and Alexov says to Athena, "First gargoyle, captain of the Guardiani, Alexov Marianas. I request assistance." Okay, and I am going to lay my sword down, which once I am not wielding it, it kind of goes back into its broken crystal shape. And for the first time, I am going to remove what remains of the shard that was reinserted that houses Rhea. And I am going to use an object interaction, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Looking back over my shoulder, seeing that Beldura is already here. And thinking in his mind about the Rhea that he just saw in this crazy dreamscape with all the legs. But feeling that rush of healing capability is going to release Rhea onto the floor.
Okay.
Is that something I can do?
Yes. I would say that as that is happening, it probably won't take effect until the next round, because it would probably take about 6 seconds for him to like reconstitute, as it were. So it's not gonna like pause the clock, but we will put that We'll put that into play. So you come up to her, you say that, you set the sword down, it becomes inert, so to speak, and you take the crystal out and holding it in your hand, say the words needed to eject. You think the thoughts that you have been pondering in and out of your mind whenever that crystal's in your hand, but never really going through with the full complete thought of removing Rhea from here.
And I don't know what it's going to look like reconstituted, or if they're going to be sliced in half, just like the sword is, or if it's going to be, if they're going to be dead or crazy. And I'm going to essentially, like you, like Alexa has like some huge lats right now, and is just like fully yielding where Rhea will appear. And the look I'm going to give Athena is very pleady. His tears are acidic and have like created just scars in his cheeks. And he, to finish my turn, I'm going to yell out, not even looking, Atherin Floor, protect me, please. In this very deep, gargling glass voice. That's it.
All right. Oh boy. All right, Arasi, it is now your turn.
All right. Hearing that, I'm going to look over at Atherin Floor and say, Floor, you can do this. And give her bardic inspiration for a d6
Oh. Nice.
as my bonus
Thank you.
action. And then, yeah, I'm just going to do my thing again.
Attack. Whirlwind.
That's definitely a miss. That's a miss. Okay, that 18 plus 9, that hits 16, 25. So 2 hits, 3 left. Nope. Nope. And a 24. So that'll be 3.
3
I
hits.
believe. 24 hits, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. So that will be 4 be 12 d8. Actually 6 and 6. So 68. That's 28 points of slashing damage plus 20 points of radiant damage plus 12 slashing damage. As I just continue unloading into this thing, and these little spirit motes keep trying to glom onto it.
Okay.
Oh, and then can I have my familiar go and just like drape itself over Gaia's shoulders?
Okay. Heard.
Little winged snake flits off across the battlefield, rests gently on Gaia's shoulders, and then uses its action to become invisible.
All right. Beautiful. We are going to get a legendary reaction or legendary action from it, as it's going to make an attack on you. Actually, you know what? It is going to, from all of those strikes as it's striking through its leg, and you can see that it kind of like shrinks down a little bit. With each of the blade impacts through it, there is a little bit more goo that kind of gets splattered around, and it's almost like you're cutting it down. It's starting to just kind of go slower and lower.
Shaving the legs off.
Yeah. It is going to rear back both arms and just roar in this crazy screeching roar. And as it like lets out this noise that echoes around, I need everyone within 60 feet, which is basically the entire room, to make a wisdom saving throw.
Is this anything that Mind Blank would protect Fleur against?
It's called Provoke Rage. It's not a magical effect.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I believe it. She is protected against anything that would affect her emotions. Damage would hit, but I'll pull up Mind Blank.
Hold on.
Until the spell ends, one willing creature immune to psychic damage, any effect that would sense its emotions or read its thoughts, divination spells, and the charm condition. It even foils wish spells and spells or effects of similar power used to affect the target's mind or gain information about the target.
This is not really an affecting of the mind as much as it's just going to make you react.
Okay.
But that's fine.
This is wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
And advantage and +4.
Man,
I'm too
Thanks for-
far from you, I think.
Yeah,
Rin.
it's 30 feet.
You might be right at 35. No, you're right at 30. You're fine.
Hey.
so shout outs to the Holy Avenger. We got a 1 and a natural 20.
Woo!
Yeah, I'm
For a
kind
total
of in the same
of?
boat.
33?
33. Okay.
32 here.
32. What was yours? 34.
24.
24.
Calm down.
24 is what you needed to beat this.
Thank you.
I would also like to use one of my features, which is a rebuke. So since I succeeded on a wisdom saving throw, I'm going to use a reaction to deal 2d8 + 4 force damage to the attacker that forced the save.
Ooh.
Nice.
So that is 13 + 4 math, 17. 17 points of force damage to big Gran Efe Hombre there.
Beautiful.
Is this like for everybody?
This is
in the
everybody.
room?
Yeah. And so I didn't roll for every single person, so I'm just kind of doing like halvesies. There are more that failed than there were that succeeded.
Okay.
So a good 3/4 of the room stops what they're doing. And there's just like a brief moment where they like almost echo that same roar and swing violently, whether it's with the weapon in hand or a burst of magic. There
I'm
it
by all these
attacks.
Athena people.
Yeah, they use it says it uses a reaction to make a melee weapon or ranged attack against a random creature within reach. If no creature is within reach, it uses range attack within range, throwing its weapon if necessary. And it just half, I would say like a fourth of the people up on top are just like pummeled in all directions. You see there's almost like this burst outwards where there's just like blades and beams of light and energy get scattered across the way. There is a portion of the wall that is blown outwards by a beam of lightning that just kind of careens across, and there is shrapnel and pieces of dirt that get scattered across the ground. For the ones that are next to you, I'm gonna say that only 2 are going to try and make an attack on you, Alexov.
Okay.
You
cannot have advantage.
No.
I just wanted to say it.
Forbidden.
Heard.
It is forbidden. Said the beast.
So I'm just like crouching over this, however this body reforms, just taking it on the back.
Well, one misses outright, so the spear like dives into the ground next to you. I will say it's like Athena's is kind of like she's struggling to keep it from hitting you, but it's only like it's one of those like grazes against your arm, kind of close, kind of thing. And the other one is going to hit, but it is not a significant because it was not Athena. So
We'll say, by the way, for flavor's sake, rather than doing any math myself, Fleur spends her 15 points of arcane ward desperately trying to protect everyone from these attacks, and it only knocks off like a point each, doing virtually nothing.
You take 6 points of piercing damage, Alexov, which I'm pretty sure is like mid 3 for you. All right.
So for a brief moment, Orasi, particularly who has true sight, you can see this shimmering veil that protects people close to Fleur. There's like a
which
mental...
there is nobody.
No one's close to her? No one's in 30 feet?
Oh,
Or
yeah,
she
okay,
can't
within
see?
30. Are you well, if you're still in the pit, then you can see probably Threnian and you can see the people up on top. You can see the
Cool,
people
then
that
yeah.
were up there.
What Orasi can see is that
but they wouldn't be
familiar
there.
veil of the ward. Fleur's eyes are flicking all around, trying to shield each instance of attack. And her there's like a brief flash, flicker as like sword hits flesh, and a tiny bit of damage is prevented, and eventually the shield stops doing anything. And clearly the effect is still going through as people hit each other and harm each other, but her eyes keep flicking around, trying to muster the war that is no longer active.
Okay. That ends that. Threnian, I think it's your turn, yeah?
Arasi, you went? Yes. Okay, so it is
Yeah.
my turn. All right. So, resuming my prior strategy, I am trying to get this thing to topple. And so I'm focusing my attacks on that same leg and that hollow beneath the knee. First stab with the rapier was a 30.
Hurt. Hits. It hurts.
So that is so that's going to be 8 points of piercing damage and 8 points of radiant damage, 16 total. And then I would like to trigger a staggering smite, which is a 4th level spell, as there is a flash of blinding light that reverberates through the bone itself. And if I could get a wisdom saving throw, the DC is 21.
Ooh.
Wisdom save.
Bless you.
Thank you. 32.
32. All right. So it definitely succeeds on the wisdom saving throw, but it still takes 16 additional points of psychic damage.
Beautiful.
As Thren hopes for the stagger, but seeing that it fails to take root, there is a gritting of the teeth and a cry of frustration as she just drives the rapier in deeper again. Does a 23 hit?
23 does hit, right? Yes, it does. 23 just hits.
Okay.
That's the DC.
Okay. So then that is, I'm going to use my piercer feat to re-roll one of these. A little bit better. So that is 14 points of 14 points of piercing damage. Sorry, 12 points of piercing damage and 2 points of radiant damage.
12 and 2.
And as I am looking around, obviously focused pretty hard on this thing. Who I'm behind it. Who is directly behind me?
Behind you would be there's a couple of high-ranking Sione. I hadn't moved Threnian because I didn't put him in, or not Threnian. Faravar. He would have been back there too, but he is not there currently because he would have moved up here to help with everybody else. Well, like last round, I just failed to move him. So there's just a couple of high-ranking Sione that are back there, the wizard-like people.
Okay. So looking back over my shoulder, I will say in a very unladylike snarl, "What are you doing? Get them out of here and block the doors." And that will be my turn.
Okay. Beautiful. In that case, I'm gonna have them react after you. They're both gonna cast. Yes, they're gonna cast Fly on themselves and fly up to get up and out to that direction. Okay, that ends your turn. Athena and her crew go over to you, Alexoff, and she nods to two of the others who then fly up this direction to start engaging with the monsters that are up here. I'm just gonna put them over there because whatever. Let's move the camera back. And as I'm gonna get rid of this too because the point was made. Okay. It just adds to the mess of things. Athena's gonna go over to you and kind of takes up position at your side, shield kind of covering her and covering you, as she's waiting to see what is, because she, in this 6 seconds, she's seeing something come out of this stone, so she's wanting to know what it is and what it is that you're wanting help with. Her spectral wings kind of cover and over and around all of you as it kind of starts to like try and protect.
That's beautiful.
There is another creature from this side that pops up from the infected as these people are gone. And now we are at Sewell's turn. Okay. Seeing how everything is happening, yeah. Okay. She is going to start to fly. And begins to float up into the air.
Interesting.
Carefully. She's going to turn and she is going to, you see these three large orbs that kind of comes out of her, like three black inky things that then she, as they come out, she touches each one with a clawed finger, and as soon as she touches it, it becomes purpley sick. Almost this like dark, deep violet purple that it kind of starts to radiate from it, and she flings all three in the direction of this crowd over here. Just flies and it strikes in the direction of Zeus. There is now an explosion. For those of you with true sight, you see a strange dampening field that appears. For the players above table, it's an anti-magic field. But everyone's Orphic ability that's covered by that like goo as it explodes out there is shunted, and like you cannot sense. Remember how we had said before that you could kind of see an Orphic's like glow about them? That's all gone. Even Zeus, you cannot
Zeus
see.
is just a dude.
Zeus is just Big Dad at the
Wait, so
moment as
now
he
we
gets like,
coup, right?
huh? Now's the time.
Now's our only opportunity to kill Zeus.
As all of these people get thrown back, and
Does-
they're all just like negated for a 40-foot radius sphere in that side.
large.
So basically, everybody on that side is just poof, on that top section.
Does that mean that they're like significantly weaker, like they can't take a hit, essentially?
It's just for those who have true sight, they're able to see. Everybody else, all you just see is them get covered with this purplish tar that just starts glowing everywhere. Basically, they just got purple gack slimed, Nickelodeon style, and it is not the good kind. Not fun. That is going to be the Arcane Cataclysm. There are actually amongst those people on that side, that goo not only negates them, but you see it actually like begins to melt them.
Oh.
Because it is 11d12 damage that they wind up taking. So there's a good few on that side that probably immediately fall unconscious and fall to the ground.
Let me know if they die.
I would say 3 of them do.
Okay. I take 3d4 damage.
Describe to me what is happening there.
It's interesting, right? Because they're kind of out of my field of view, but they are like 30 feet in front of me. So this, or 30 feet around me, correct?
Actually, they're 40 up, so just past that. Then you would you not feel it?
No, they're like kind of out of this.
Out of the range.
I don't even have a name for it. It's just this kind of fear-based aura because of the influence on the crystal sword. So
Cool. I mean, not
Okay.
cool, but cool.
So their death is meaningless.
No! How dare. All right. That ends its turn. It's now Theron Fleur's turn.
Fleur is looking around at the room, and the very brief warlust that was in her eyes is gone, and her eyes are duller than they ever have been. You could barely tell that they were ever orange, as everything is falling apart. And everything is going to be destroyed, and everyone will die. It's too late already. And she thinks about how foolish she was to ever think that she single-handedly could defend everyone against this nightmare. Certainly when someone is foolish enough to bring him here. And by the way, I will forego my combat turn for this cinematic thing that I'm doing, by the way.
Okay.
For a brief moment, if anyone were to look at her, she just goes stock still, and the red sword just warps, falls to the ground, clatters, and then fades away as she loses. She wasn't concentrating on it, but it just ceases to be. But after staring for an eternity in an instant, something occurs to her. And her eyes light up just a little bit as hope is lost, but she might be able to do one last thing. And her head is going to turn to Arasi. And she is going to clamber wildly, as if she were on two legs, it would look like she were stumbling and crawling on all fours to get out of this pit and tomb as quickly as possible. Since she is a quadrupedal creature, it is somewhat more upsetting to see her clamber four-leggedly with arms kind of flailing out of this pit as she crawls erect to Orasi and shouts to him, which I'll keep this conversation short, but it is vital to potentially what I'm setting up. Orasi! Your orb! Can it show more than one person?
Can it?
Hmm.
Let me read the item.
What orb?
My crystal ball of telepathy.
Mm-hmm.
Inventory. Crystal ball.
I know you have it.
Says you can communicate with creatures, plural, you can see within 30 feet of the spell's sensor, so I can see more than... Yes, I can see whoever is near.
No, can it show? Can it show me someone? I need to see them.
I have an idea. Who do you need to see?
Two people. Conversation's wrapping up, by the way.
Who?
Can you show me Briar and my sister in Seldaru?
Do I know either of these people? I probably know about Ryer from having read Ryan's file.
Yeah. You know of her. Same for in Seldaru. I don't think you've ever met her before.
Say, only I can use this right now, but I will try and show you.
You need to show me now. Above table, if he needs to be showed next combat round.
Scrying takes 10 minutes to cast. So, probably not above table, but I have an idea.
I assume you communicate that.
Yes, it says, I need time to make this work.
You see her eyes kind of dim again, but she nods and just kind of turns back to survey the room. That's definitely her 6 seconds. She has an idea and has something thought of, but it will be next round.
Okay. Creature up here is gonna make attacks. The other one's gonna make attacks. There's more screaming as the people up on top. You can hear the sound of fire blasting outwards. You can hear the sound of more bolts of lightning from different sides of the room. They go flying off in different directions. As all of this is going on, I am going to have everyone... There's a loud resounding shake to the room, and I need everyone to make another dexterity saving throw as the parts of the ceiling are beginning to collapse from the amount of blasts and firepower that is scattering all over the place.
Am I within 30 feet of Threnian?
Yes.
Can I do mine with disadvantage if it means that whatever form in front of me that Rhea is taking does not take damage?
Sure.
Okay.
23.
23. Okay.
22.
22.
21.
Hey.
All right. Everybody avoids the large chunks of ceiling that are now were collapsing onto the ground around you. Nice. We are going to do another. Sool is going to turn this direction and is going to fire off some blasts towards. Well,
Do it.
I guess a Theron Floor and Arasi because they were the ones that were like talking.
So
So
we determined that this is not a magical effect.
correct.
Is there any save against that?
No, I mean she just has to make an attack. That is 22 for a Theron Floor and 25 for Arasi.
This hits.
I believe shield will not prevent this, but she will do it anyway.
10. Okay, so that is 12 points of damage for a Theron Floor and 13 points for Arasi.
Force again.
12 points.
Force, yes. It is now Rock's turn. He is the one that is standing right here in front of you guys. You see that as he did this last roar, there's more blades that start appearing around him and begin to swirl and spin around. He is going to make his melee weapon attacks. The 4 he's going to do, but
Since. Oh, sorry. With
no.
that, Sentinel.
Sentinel.
Yeah.
You can block. What does that do? It blocks an attack.
I think I just attack in response and keep him from moving.
Okay.
So yes, carry on, and
Okay.
I am gonna roll my Sentinel attack.
Heard. I'm gonna make 2 attacks on you, Threndian. 1 on a Theron Floor, and then the other one on Arasi.
This anti-magic field,
It's on the
is
other
it
side.
literally...
You're on the opposite side from where it's
Oh.
at.
So
So you're
I
not.
was
You're
in
not.
it.
Yeah, you weren't affected by it.
Okay.
Yeah, it was all directed at the people up here, up on top, because
I
Zeus
see.
was kind of doing the lightning bolts at the other creatures. She negated that. She stopped it from him from continuing to do that.
But an attack was geared at me just now, you said?
Yes, from the other guy from this one. It's physically ranged attack. From Rak. Well, 2 on Threnian. 1 is going to be 32.
32 will hit.
The other one is going to be a natural 20 for
No, it's
30.
not.
All right. Nice.
Rossi.
No.
Didn't you
It could
use
happen again.
Didn't you use that earlier?
I get a reaction on every turn, not every round, because Merilith.
Because
form.
Merilith.
Very nice.
Very nice.
I
That's
don't
so
have
good.
I don't have that many first level spell slots, so we're kind of about to run dry on these. But
32. It still turns into a 32, but it's not a
Not a crit.
not a crit,
I'll take it.
Freaking take
which
it.
is really really good.
I'll take it.
A Theron Floor, that is going to be 29, and
Threnian, you can have the advantage from that.
Thank you.
for Orasi, that sucks. That's a 20.
That hits.
Does it really? Oh.
Yeah,
For
I use
whatever-
my reaction on this turn, so I can't parry it.
Okay, so I got 4 hits to roll. Dope. That's the first. Oh Jesus, and it would be. All right, so here we go. Here goes all the math, all the marbles. Thrennian, the first attack is going to be 25
Okay.
plus 9 force damage.
Okay.
Minus
then-
7 arcane ward.
Okay.
The second attack that hits you is going to. Oh fuck, that's so bad. That one's 19 points total because I rolled low, so it's only 10 plus the 9. Nice. A Theranfleur. That is going to be 25 points of force damage total.
In addition to the 29 that just happened.
No, that wasn't directed at you.
Oh, cool.
Because it was 2 attacks on Thrennian, 1 on you, and then 1 on Arasi. And then
So you said 29.
no, I haven't done yours yet, Arasi.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Come on, for crying out loud.
That's okay.
Arasi, yours is going to be 18 plus 9. So 30 no. No, 20 27. Oh, my brain. Okay. And
Okay.
go ahead.
The
Where's-
sentinel attack whenever you're ready.
Yeah,
Okay. So it was a 31 to hit
that hits.
and a total of, I just did the math. Where did it go? 22 points of damage.
Hurt.
Can I smite on that? Or does it have to be an attack action to smite?
I think as long as you're attacking.
Yeah, you can smite on any attack.
And you do have advantage on this if you didn't use it.
I did.
Okay.
All right, yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna add a divine smite because that feels good. So I'm gonna
almighty smite.
throw a spell slot at that. 16 points of radiant damage on the smite.
16 points of
Nice.
radiant damage.
Very good.
Nice. All right. Um.
And I like to imagine that as the attacks were bearing down, I try to block with the buckler, but it's just a buckler, and this is a very large creature, so the attacks break through.
Well, yeah.
And taking the 2 hits, I swing back around and give a good stab before it wheels back around to attack my friends.
Beautiful. That's something that I have done before with our past campaigns and stuff. Is like even if you block it or even if you hit it, you can still like block it with your shield or block it with so you're not getting stabbed multiple times. You know, turning into Swiss cheese. But just like that, it wears away at your resistances. Like each time, it like saps your strength. It like eats at your armor. Like it still counts as a hit, but it's not like. You're being bleeding out everywhere from all of the wounds. So I love that. You're still blocking it with this shield, but that shield's starting to like give, and you can feel your arms straining against the onslaught that it is bringing. Beautiful. On the other side, you see that Apollo fires off a radiant beam of light towards the large creature. Him being down here. He's gonna fly over to the middle over here, and like you can see him. He almost looks like he's on like roller skates, but on his feet, just kind of like swiping around as he's just like firing off these radiant arrows. Just the bow is made of light. The arrows are made of light, and each time he's just like firing them up at this massive creature. Okay, time for a lair action. Apollo uses Heelys. Oh my god. Oh, beautiful. I get to repair.
No.
But only one of them. But only one of them. Yeah, for real. That really did mess me up a little bit. And it's not like it. heals a crazy amount, but at
Ooh,
least
I
it's
need to
all
make a
some...
concentration check for that last one.
Mm.
Yeah, like a bunch. I'm fine.
Okay. As we
Would you
end,
roll a bunch?
as we end this round, you can see the guidance start to move back and away towards the corner where the staircase is that kind of leads back up to the top floor where the exit is. And you hear Gaia scream as Python falls to the ground and his body begins to shift and change. And he becomes another, as these people are moving further back and away into the corner. This little guy, we're gonna shift out, begins to grow in form as he becomes massive and serpentine, multiple serpent heads appearing from it. It is not only Gaia that screams, as you hear Apollo yell as well. And we go to the top of the round with Alexov. Top of this round, as more people have begun to flee, but also more monsters appear as they are being consumed by the monsters that are up here. Put another tentacly guy up there. I'll put this guy over here as he starts to engage with Farivar, this other monstrous creature here. The room has become full chaos now. You can hear the sounds of battle everywhere. You can hear... Oh, shit. Calm down. Oh, whatever. I guess it's fate. I tried hit random on the next one and it just went straight to metal. So here we are. There is the sounds of warfare. And for Threnian and Orasi and Alexov, this not quite on the PTSD triggering, but this is that level of like, you've been on these battle lines before. And this is exactly what it felt like. To hear the screams and shrieks of people not only engaged in fighting for their lives, but losing them as well. You hear the shrieks and the cries of music, of music, the screams and cries of the enemies as they also are engaged in this battle. You can see the tendrils of black ooze that just kind of like splatter up on walls or go across the floor. It is a disaster. But in the midst of all of this, you see... Oh, hold on. Let me switch to something a little less intense at the moment. Alexov. There in front of you, piece by piece, particle by particle, your heart beats faster and faster as you watch Rhea reconstitute himself from within the Cleosite shard. And you feel this tremendous pain in your chest. As not only the Cleosite shard in your hand was glowing, but you can feel the shrapnel stuck within your body tug as well. You're going to take 4 points of piercing damage as the shard pulls from your body. Just there's like this brief, and for you it's just a flinch. Like it's not really even anything, but you see it tear from your flesh and return to the Cleosite as a whole, the pieces that had been stuck within your body. And in this brief, like sparkling mass, you see a body on the ground in front of you, face down, heaving, gasping for air. Rhea rolls over and looks up at you.
Hey.
It's all real. You can see the wound in his shoulder where he had been struck, and the black veins that were spreading across his body is still there. You see Athena look between him and you, and she throws the spear down and places a hand on his chest, and it begins to glow. And you can see the wound start to close up, but the blackness is still there. She looks over at you. I can only do so much. And she looks over her shoulder as like the battle continues to rage.
In this moment, Alexov and Rhea are they're inhabiting this paradox of under the wings of this goddess, and right outside the wings is the craziness of war that has been long awaited, and Alexov has never allowed himself hope to escape that, but there has been hope that maybe he would be able to save Rhea. And he is living in multiple realities at the moment of, I can save him, I can apologize, I can say goodbye. So mechanically, DM, I sent you a little message, by the way. So when you take the attack action, you can forego one attack to touch a creature. It can regain HP. Alternatively, I can end a poison effect or a disease afflicting the creature. And I am not, I guess this is above table saying, Alexov is not expecting this to work. But hearing, if we're thinking really cinematically, like everything is slowed down, there's just explosions, there's Zeus screaming that he can't do anything, there are people transforming, and it harmonizes with all the dreams he's had. He knows that familiar sound. And so, looking at Athena as in the like, it's all right. He, with these kind of sharpened, taloned claws of his from the shifting, he is going to stab into the wound of Rhea, near where the heart is, near where the shrapnel scar of his own is. And he is going to use both attack actions to try to resolve whatever darkness is spreading, even if it means he'll take it.
Okay. You dig into Rhea's body in this slow motion scene. You can see him look up at you.
It's all right.
There is this strange mixture of emotions across his face. It is surprise. It is understanding. For as much as he was separate, he also was a part of you and has been privy to your thoughts. And as you fight to gather the strength that course through your hands and your fingers, you can see the blackness nearest your fingers begin to fade. But like a impact, that black still keeps spreading through his body. But where your hand is, it is fine. And you can see this black start to crawl up his neck and start to cover across his face. Athena gets up and shields you from a blast of energy that had come from one of the large creatures. And she turns and she goes, "I cannot help him. Say your goodbyes." And she flies off into the air to attack the creature behind you. There is the space that continues to grow around where your hand is that looks healed, but that blackness is like it's chasing the plague across his body. And the longer that you are doing this, the more it pushes it through his extremities. And you can see the black, it's like a wave go across his face, and his eye becomes bloodshot and then blackened and then bloodshot again as it goes across one eye to the other. And he reaches up his hands and grasps onto your arm and holds tight, but he doesn't say anything.
Ria.
His mouth opens, but no words come out.
I never said this before. I love you. And I grab his heart and I smash it.
You see the smile on his face, and then the pained expression, and the nails of his hands that dig into your skin. And you see that black that was kind of chasing across his face begins to bubble up and across. There's his whole face is covered in like these veins. His eyes bloodshot. And a tear, a mix of water and blood pools from the corner of his eyes. In the background, behind you, you hear a part of the balcony above collapse onto the ground. People and monster fall with it. But for you in this moment, everything seems to have slowed down. And in your mind, you hear him. Thank you. I will never be God. And his arms fall from your arm. You pull your hand back from his chest. Behind you, you see that the two creatures that everyone has been fighting have become diminished more. But now there are also more of them. Another of the same size and stature has begun to raise itself from the upper balcony. What are you doing, Alexov?
Alexov cries, "Acid." He screams, which is louder than anybody else's. I was thinking, like, when things collapsed, he stayed and he just shouldered it with his incredible strength and kept a pocket so Rhea wouldn't be smashed. He gently lays Rhea's head down. And I would like to use my wish in this moment.
Okay.
The main issue that this conference was going to address is that the Orphic abilities were being diluted and could not properly protect in the future, which in a way is laughable because we didn't have to wait that long, and we have Zeus and Ares and all these, and they are failing. And Alexov, in his shame and guilt, understands how his grief, looking at his hands anew, covered in not blood, something black, something terrible, has made him immensely strong. And he does not imagine a world that does not own this grief that it has made him feel, because he could not save his world. And he understands and he accepts in that moment something that Flora, Rossi, or Thrin had never helped him do to reach that stage of grief, the acceptance. And so he wishes that the grief inside him, the strength of loss, will help in the future with the dilution of these Orphic abilities, that it may continue on after him, fully knowing that he is going to die this day, looking back at everything. And so he separates somewhere in his soul how he feels from who he is, so that maybe Rhea, in some twisted way, would continue to live on, influencing this world. The grief overtakes Earth.
You, as we'll say, as that section of the balcony had collapsed around you and you had like shouldered a part of it and made that little pocket, from the outside, all of you see what looks like Alexov get buried. And then you see this brilliant blue light that kind of shines from the cracks and crevices. Within this pocket, you cradle the body of your fallen comrade, partner, and friend in love. And you can feel that blast of emotion, all of these thoughts coursing through your mind as your heart begins to fragment into pieces. Then you feel that it has reached a point where it is near bursting. And I need you to roll me a D100 for me.
Can I use my silvery barbs advantage on the D100 roll?
Sure. Why not?
I like this idea.
I have one last thing to say after this. Don't let me forget,
Okay.
because I'm emotional. Oh, there's D100. Okay. Okay. That is. I added the bardic inspiration for 45.
25. What is your wish with this? Exactly.
That the power that grief has given me will roam the rivers of the earth.
Okay. There's this blast of energy kind of bubbles outwards. You're on borrowed time. Like the berserkers of old who would take a sort of poison to increase their stamina, but at the cost of like almost like kamikaze, but it just their body would give out. You let out a roar, and the rubble around you just vaporizes. Stone and creature. And just like a little 10-foot, 15-foot bubble around you, just everything atomizes. And you see the rest of you see Alexov in almost like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, like huge, muscled veins popping under his skin. And as he turns to the rest of you, you see the scarring of the tears that has now cut away into flesh and almost to bone, to where it creates these like crevices in his face, and it seems like it's peeling away. And probably have till the end of combat before your heart explodes.
It's already exploded. I re-rolled on the wild magic table as a bonus action, and I have, to go along with that, these immense energy orbs surrounding me that 3 shoot off that I would like to shoot at random bad guys in the balcony.
Okay.
As
Sounds
part of
good.
this. They take 12 damage, excuse me.
Cool. You can see them move, firing across from where you were at to the other side, blasting
And I use
creatures
my
back
move.
into the wall. Go ahead.
Yeah. I use my movement to get back into combat.
All
That's
right.
it. Thank you, everybody, for your patience.
That was beautiful.
Patience.
Thanks, man.
All right. Arasi.
Yeah.
Seeing all of that happen, like it happened in an instant, all of that. You
Seeing
see
that, Oh, go ahead.
No, that was it. You now just you see this monster where Python was. You see Alexov blasting with energy and now looking like he hulked out. You see him fire off immediately above the balcony above you, where these monsters had been. You can hear the crushing sound of everything on that side. The other side where it had collapsed was that acid had started to burn through the balcony, and that's what had caused the collapse from it. What are you doing?
So there's a big bad guy next to me, a multi-headed big bad guy next to me, and then a bunch of enemies up in the balcony above.
Yep.
Where's Gaia?
Started to move back into that corner over there.
I'm gonna telepathically connect with her and just say, Gaia, you need to get off planet. Get off of Terum. And I'm gonna go 15 feet straight up in the air. I don't think that'll provoke an attack of opportunity from
Nope.
anything, but I'll do
Nah.
it even if it does.
No, you're fine.
And hopefully that'll get a bunch of the enemies on the balcony into a 30-foot radius with me.
Yep.
Cool. And I'm going to use my limited wish ability from being a warlock to connect with all the 4 elements and cast Destructive Wave. Every enemy within 30 feet of me needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. What's the DC?
That will be a 22.
Okay. And then what happens on the failure?
So on a failure, they take a bunch of damage and fall prone. If they succeed, they take half damage.
Half
and do not
damage.
fall prone.
Heard.
All right. So that's going to be 5d6 thunder damage. So that's 20 points of thunder damage and the same amount of radiant damage. Oof, there's a couple ones in there. Don't love that. 10, 13, and 15 points of radiant damage as this just elemental conflagration just explodes out of me.
The energy explodes in all directions. You see, interestingly enough, one of them, only one, rolled really high. And I'm going to say that one is Python, as he like curls up into himself and shields himself from the explosion that is happening. The creatures up here get all pushed back and fall prone. One of them, this guy, is going to just completely scatter onto the wall as he's been exploded. And I'll add damage to this guy. You said it was 4, and then 12. All right, he is gonna get thrown, take a step back, and almost step on Threnian from this blast. It just goes in all directions. All right.
And then once that explodes, I'm gonna try and make. Let's see who's near me. I'm gonna try and make eye contact with Threnian and just give like a silent look of we got to do this thing and give a bardic inspiration for a d6.
D6, thank you.
And that'll be my turn.
Okay. Threnian, it is now your turn.
Correct.
Okay. Sorry, no, you're good. I was just rereading something.
So, catching Arasi's eye, there is a brief moment where Thren seems a little shaken at what's happened with Alexov, looking at my at my old broken drinking buddy and realizing this is a star that is dying and is going to take out as much as it can with it. But I'm bolstered by the nod from Arasi and bolstered by the determination that we may not be able to win, but we can try to prevent this thing from getting a total win, and that's enough for me. So, continuing my onslaught of attacks, continuing to try to bring it to its knees. My first attack was a nat 20, so that's a total of 34 to hit.
Beautiful. Yep.
And because I crit, then I get to use an extra damage die from my piercer feat. So total, that is 44 damage
Okay.
from that opening hit. The second one was a 14 on the die, so 28 to hit.
Mhm.
And that one is going to be 20 damage. And I'm going to add on a smite as well. Let's do it at... Oh... I'm looking at my spell slots. Let's do it at 3rd level. And that is 16 points of radiant damage, as some of the technique is starting to falter a little bit, and these strikes with the rapier are vicious and driving as I am putting everything I can into trying to bring this creature down, so that if nothing else, I can buy others time.
Okay. Beautiful. All right. So end your turn. Your turn.
Your turn, Thrin?
my turn. Let's see. Trying to think if there's anywhere that it's more advantageous for me to be, but I don't think there is.
Yeah, how crowded is that balcony getting?
I mean,
As far as like dark beings.
there's, I'd say currently like half and half. But some of them have made it outside the doors.
Okay. As a bonus action, I'm going to take my buckler and I'm going to kind of Spartan style smack it against my chest, as there is another glow of radiant light surrounding my body. And I'm going to cast Shield of Faith, just to give myself a little bit more staying power, and then that will be my turn.
Beautiful. You do that, and you can feel that energy like coursing through your body, the resolve that's there, the thought of you are going to do everything that you can, the same as all of your friends here are doing everything that you can. Despite whatever else might be going on, you have to trust that everybody is going to do their jobs, and that somehow, some way, you have held back the plague before, even if it was more of a slowing down than it was a holding back. You have withstood tougher situations than this, and this is home turf, and you are more powerful now than you had been before. This has to be a win somehow. There is more blasts of energy that course across both the two large creatures, even as more of the smaller beings start erupting from the sides. Athena and her furies are starting to fly around the room, Nike, as well, and like blasting this thing with a celestial energy. Sul is now going to rise up even higher and trying to get over to this. I'm just gonna put her up on the top of this corner. She's trying to make an escape. She uses her four blasts to attack the ceiling in quick succession, just as it flies up to the ceiling, scattering shrapnel and everything down, raining down from above, as she tries to make a hole. But she's using most of her movement just to get up there. She's not going to be able to do anything this round. I will say, Threnian, as you have been beating this thing, it has gotten smaller and smaller, with more of that inky blackness being tossed to walls inside, and there's even covering you in parts. It is now half of its size. As it does so, there is a part of it that like starts to morph within itself. And you see two tendrils release from the back. In a very like Independence Day alien kind of way. It's like that kind of like tendrils in the back that's kind of just like waving around. And your mind instantly goes to what had been said before about someone having been here that wasn't supposed to be. And the attention during that last attack, it turns to you. And even though this creature has no eyes, it's just mouth and maw of teeth and horns, two eyes bloop into its head. And you recognize the eyes. And even though it screams at you in pain and agony and violence, there is a thought that goes through your mind and radiates outwards for a second. It's just one word. Ship. It's all. It's just like, even though it screams unintelligibly, there's a thing that pops in your head, and you don't know what or why. It doesn't even sound like it's Saluk. It just sounds like your own thought that just ship popped in your head. A Theron floor. What is? It is your turn.
Fleur had an idea about what to do, but seeing what happened with Alexov and with Rhea, and seeing all the carnage around her, the thing that rings most true to her in this particular moment is time is short. And she has done about all she can. So, with one last effort, and of course at your discretion, she's going to cast the wish spell. The actual 9th level wish spell. And the wish that she makes is that everyone in this room, but of course primarily her party members and herself, would be teleported to the place that they want to be most right now. Either the heat of battle, a more advantageous position, or for Fleur's part, she would like to be with her sister. Wherever she is.
Okay. Why do you do this to me?
I'm
Monkey
sorry.
riches.
You don't need to roleplay what that entails, but she wants to be where Inseldaru, her sister, is.
Okay.
And she wants everyone else to have the same option.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say that for the rest of you, if you think that you are going to want to be somewhere else, this is going to, I mean, granted, you're not going to know that Fleur did this. Fleur didn't say anything about saying it out loud. It's just a thought. So if in your mind space during an action within the next little while, if you think about, I'm wanting to go here, or I wish that I was somewhere, that is going to take effect.
And if that is permitted, you all will see Fleur kind of, if you are able to, lock eyes with each of you and give a weak smile and a nod, and then vanish from sight. And for the sake of it, Aaron, rather than roleplay any of that, we'll say that she appears nearby wherever Inseldaru is. And for the sake of whatever happens next, she's there with her.
Okay. You are going to appear on the far side of Bahiri, in one of the neighborhoods near where your sister lives. Far enough away that the shock of all the noise and chaos to suddenly a lesser amount, as your sister is currently staring into the depths of the city, or towards the depths of the city, where there are sirens going off currently. And the distant thrumming and crackling sounds of energy and explosions and gunfire and blasts of energy can be heard. It's like whenever those videos you've ever seen of like the fireworks building warehouses that go up, and there's just like it's loud, chaotic crackling, and then the whizzing, and that's the kind of, but it's like happening far enough away. And it's there in the center of town. And your sister turns to you and she's like, What's happening?
Fleur just smiles and cries and goes over and hugs her sister, not saying anything.
Okay. Alrighty. You see the creature Thrennian that's right in front of you. It looks up where the hole in the ceiling is and leaps up and flies up.
Sentinel.
Nice.
This is the time for Sentinel.
Make your attack roll.
Okay. Okay. 17 plus 14. That's 31, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that is a 31 to hit. Dealing 21 points of damage, and its speed is reduced to 0 as I say, I think not.
As it flies up. Whoosh. What was it? How much damage again? Sorry.
The number flew out of my brain. Did anyone catch that?
Was it
It's
22?
gone.
22.
That sounds right.
Yeah. Plus, I thought it was like 31 total.
I also thought it was 31.
Okay,
Oh, go for
so we're just
31.
good.
Hey, it's
31.
March
All right.
31st.
There you go.
March 30th.
Okay.
And I'm gonna add a smite in there. I'm using all my first level spell slots.
All right.
12 points of radiant damage from the smite. Sit your ass
Nice.
down.
As it starts to fly upwards, you leap up into the air and like do a bunny kick down as you like bring your blade down too, and it falls and it's going to just land prone on its back into the ground where you had cast it back down from where it is. In that very much the anime moment of like almost you like grab it, swing it around, and fling it back down again. And you're still in the air from the force of your own exertion. It slams into the ground, now on its back, prone. It was going to use its movement, but now it didn't do that, so it's going to now instead reach out and fire 4 of its ranged weapons. You see like these spears that just appear around it and just go whoosh, 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 whoosh. Okay. It's a different attack roll. And I'll explain why this is taking me so long, and I apologize.
All good.
I think it's because it's 20th level combat.
Well, yes, but there is more. I complicated myself. One is a 16. Another one is a 16. Oh my god, are you freaking serious? Okay. I rolled 3 16s and a 24.
Who are these coming at?
Threat to Threnian. Because they're all
Nice.
ranged.
So all the 16s miss. And then the one that would hit, I am going to use Defensive Duelist, my fighting style, to just parry and
Do you need a
smack it away
reaction
with
for
my
that?
buckler. Is that a reaction?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Parry? I think it's like a martial version of shield, so yeah.
Oh, yep, it's a reaction. So never
Oh.
mind. The first 3 miss, and let's say for flavor's sake, the third one is the one that I bap away, leaving my chest open to take the fourth as a hit.
Okay.
No.
It is going to. Okay. He is going to throw his own smite into this, as he has not done that. There is a strike as that spear strikes your shoulder. It digs in enough to where it holds, and you see that the spear of dark energy, like, explodes in like these tendrils of smoke. That's just like solid 1 second, and then like, and then it wraps around your body. That is going to be. Oh, you kidding me? Why all of the ones? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. That is 10. No, wait, that's not. Yeah, 10 points. Rude. Of force damage from the smite. Where are you at hit point wise?
Currently, I am at 139 out of 224.
Cool. So then I'm not going to worry about it. It's not going to banish you, as it was trying to do. That was also 15 points from the weapon damage. It was 10 points from the smite, 15 from the weapon.
Okay.
Rude. Its rudeness is all that was. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
It's fine.
And now the remaining weapons that you had bapped away kind of still remain spinning around it on the ground. About 10 feet in a 10-foot radius around it. There's whirling weapons. Just throwing that out there.
Okay.
And goddamn. Oh no. Okay, at this point is when Apollo sees Python has turned into a monster, and you see him fly over in the direction of his friend. And he starts yelling and shouting at him. I'm not going to go into what he says, but basically it's just trying to get his attention, trying to call his friend back from becoming the monster that he had turned into. And you will see Python ignore it and begin to attack. And that is the top of the round. Alexov.
Okay. We're going to make this all into one thing,
Okay.
if that's all right.
Yep.
you see Alexov, the worst version of a person you've ever seen in your life. And it's almost like, I don't know a good way to put it, but there's a lot of magical metamorphosis going on with all these wild magic surges. It's just every possible marvelous, extraordinary thing is happening in this kind of aura around him. That is not cool. It's very frightening. So to kind of continue that along, we are going to roll on it yet again to get away from the energy balls. So many tabs. I'm going to use the feature to re-roll it because that was Spectral Berserker again. Okay, right next to it. So oh shit. This is the one that happened in the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fun. Gotta roll a d4 for the element. Oh my god, so much rolling. I've just started. 3 is fire, because of course it is. So where I want to be, teleporting wise, is the one that they are attacking is on the ground, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so how tall is the ceiling?
Probably about 150 feet, probably up.
Okay, I'm 150 feet probably up. And I am. You ever play Super Smash Brothers where Link's like sword down move?
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
that's what I'm doing. We're just making this very quickly. Okay, elemental energy erupts from you. Okay, so that happens when I get down. So don't let me forget, fire happens later.
Fire happens.
Cool. Okay, I pre-rolled, so that's good. So 27 and 31
Mhm.
to hit.
Yep.
Okay, so the first one is, do I get extra damage from falling 150 feet? It can hurt me as much as you want.
Sure.
Okay. So the first attack, actually both attacks, are 55 damage.
Nice.
What should I add to the first one for falling?
Wow. How do you want to do this?
Yes.
Shit. Okay.
Thank you, musical flair.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Okay, so back up a little bit. Floor disappears, gives a smile, disappears in this wonderful fey energy, and there is such a dichotomy of I have had the most tragic thing happen and then see a smile and then someone leave. And there is no anger or envy or anything like that. It's like it all makes sense. And there's a recognition of like that is Floor's friendship. Like I wish nothing more than what just happened to Floor to get out. And then recognizing that this motherfucker has to die, that's where I want to be, and trying to see the gravity of the situation. Pun. I go as high as I can, and the broken crystal sword does not extend in shadow. The shadow is gone because Rhea has died, and so now it is just a broken mass of what it used to be, as Alexov is, and so. As quickly as Floor departed, Alexov does as well. And you just hear, almost cartoonishly, just like Alexov is gone, and then... just much cooler than that, of course.
Much more guttural.
I need the levity right now.
So definitely not the. Got
No,
it.
definitely.
Heard.
Yeah, for
If
sure.
you told me this morning that I was gonna hear that sound today, I would have been like,
Wow.
bullshit.
Absolutely. So he goes down, hits in the face of whatever this was, and I think this was Lycaon.
Mhm.
And he is going to smash into its face, and it's going to probably react in a way that is going to hit me back. And Alexov is just going to mutter, "I loved him." And he's going to twist the sword, and fire is going to erupt, giving that 24 more damage to that particular attack.
Nice. Your blade strikes the creature, and it's already diminished as it is. And the blade goes in. For Threnian, Arasi, and well, not Flora, because Flora is no longer here. But for Threnian and Arasi, you see him plummet down. The moment he strikes, there's the first impact of black tar that goes and splatters, leaving a medium-sized creature that's there. Elongated arms are trying to reach up and are tearing at Alexov's face, and arms and shoulders just clawing and scratching as it like trying to fight back. There is this strange morph of like lion's mouth, but with like human head, but there's no eyes, there's no real features. It's just the teeth, the maw, and the clawed hands. And then you see Alexov say something, and he twists the sword, and you just see this ball of fire go from that central section. Threnian, you were the closest. Make a dex save for me.
Okay. That is, oh, that's not good. 8, 12, 21.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
You shield behind some of the fallen ceiling and like scrunch down, do an immediate like plank. No, not a plank. What's it called? A push up. Like push up where your face just like, yeah, you just like fall straight flat down almost completely with your face against the ground as the fire just kind of rolls over you and over the top of the boulder that you had kind of jumped behind. And upon peering up, you just see Alexov in a blackened crater where this creature had once been. Nice.
How high can one jump?
I don't know.
I've looked this up so many times as Cypress, and
Yeah.
I can't tell
Can
you
we
off
just
the top
say
of my
it's
head.
really high if you have a
Sure.
good strength score? Cool. I will end using my movement, jumping literally straight up to attack this next one.
Okay.
Wait, is he like way up there?
Yeah, it's like 50 feet in the other direction. You're like, or not more, because you're here now where this thing was and is no longer.
Can I jump 50 feet straight up?
What's your strength score?
29.
So you can jump at least 29 feet.
Have the jump calculator bookmarked. One moment.
Beautiful. You do that.
How
While
tall is Alexov?
Like 6'5". Now.
Your standard high jump with a running start is you can reach up and grab something 21 feet off the ground.
Okay. Not tall enough. I thought I
No.
could maybe get to a balcony. Okay, I'm done. Thanks.
Okay. Arasi.
I have an idea that I don't know if it's good, but if it works, it's going to be really cool.
Do it.
Totally. So I was already planning on moving somewhere else. So thanks to Fleur's gift, I just zip further up past the balcony, hovering in the air there. I want to position myself so that it's like pretty apparent to me that this big ugly guy is about to go through a hole in the ceiling.
Yep.
Go ahead.
No.
Oh, you tell me what you're gonna do, because that might.
No. I was just gonna say, as you're flying, you zip up there. You see the doorway that's right there. One of the doors is like cracked open and on the side. You see that big hallway, atrium style hallway that you guys had walked in from initially, is also in a similar state of chaos right now that this room is in. The battle has basically shifted from in here to out there as well.
So I would like to, and tell me if this has a chance of working at all. If I think this might work, I would like to hold my action to wait for that thing to try and jump out of this room to cast Demiplane right in front of it and open a portal to a pocket dimension right as it's starting to jump, and then immediately close it behind it.
Yeah, that is really cool. Yeah.
Just do
Mm.
the Acme
Yeah.
hole on the wall and then pull the hole off the wall.
That's
Very
exactly
car-
what's going on.
Very cartoon round we're having.
And if it helps, this is an 8th level spell.
And if it helps, I really want it to happen.
Oh, Rossi has like 6 pencils in hand that erase the wall.
Okay. I mean, you can definitely try. You can certainly try.
I would
That's what
like
I will
to
say.
try.
Okay.
I'm going to hold my action, and just some energy is going to start crackling at the tip of one of my swords as I'm preparing to cut a hole in reality in front of this.
Okay.
And I'll bonus at Zeus. How's Zeus doing?
Zeus is currently not within sight right now.
Never mind.
It is unclear whether he fell with the collapse of that section of the wall or if he was taken out by one of the other people outside.
Fair enough.
But he is not currently here.
Any allies I can see within 60 feet?
Specific party members or just people that are friendly, not
Party
monsters?
members would be ideal, but if they're not, just any old person.
I jumped so high, so probably.
60 feet would be probably Alexov was within 60 feet. So would Threnian be.
I'll just say, I'll just psychically connect with Alexov.
Music change. Perfect.
And you
I know.
just hear this heroic music in your head as I cast Bardic Inspiration.
Beautiful. How very bard-like music too. Ridiculous.
I didn't think I could feel anything else right now, but I feel pretty.
Feel pretty good.
All right. All right. Cool. So that you're holding your action. That's it, right?
Yep.
Threnian, what are you doing?
So if I use my rabbit hop and the rest of my movement, is there any way that I can get up on that balcony?
What does the rabbit hop give you?
I can jump 30 feet.
Can I use my reaction to kip up?
To what? Oh, hip
Can you
up.
launch it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Cool.
100.
I'll spend my reaction to do that.
Bet. So I feel like this is something that we've done before, Alexov.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
So as the fire dissipates and I get up, there's a quick swivel, and essentially it's blank blank target acquired. And once I know where I'm going, I look over and say, Alexov, we're going up. I break into a run, and as soon as the hands are in place, then I'll plant a foot and leap.
Honestly, can I read, just because we're so strong and so level 20, I was just thinking the
Absolutely.
mechanics of this. It's not like a regular kip up that one would, almost like that volleyball thing. You put one, I'm going to turn around as you're going on me, right? So one foot hits my knee, the other foot hits my shoulder, and then I grab the first foot with my hand and just shot put you.
Yes. All right. So a white rabbit hurtling through the air. I want to
Such a cartoon round.
I don't even necessarily want to hit the ground or find my footing. I would like to be yoked into the creature so I can just pincushion it with my rapier.
Oh, beautiful. Definitely. You flying through the air. Going through the air. You're like, ah! There's the little anime lines on the side as it becomes tunnel vision as you're just going, ah! And plant yourself right and make the attack.
All right. So that is a 29 to hit.
That hits.
All right. And let's get damage. 16 points of damage.
All right.
And then for my second attack, if I can pull the rapier out, stab it down again, I will. Otherwise, I will just push that deeper. That is a 31 to hit.
That hits.
Oh, that's much better. Okay, so that is 22 damage, and then I'm going to throw another first level smite. That is... I can do math. 8 points of damage for the smite.
Beautiful.
So 16, 22, 8. Yep.
All right.
And I am committed to this target, so...
Beautiful. You are currently blades lodged into this creature face to face with a very similar looking thing that you had just fell a moment ago. From its back, you see two more tentacles arise as this thing has fully embraced the multiple sides of DNA that it has now sampled from. And you see it wrap those tentacles around Threnian as it holds it to its body. And then is going to cast Dimension Door.
Did I already use my reaction, or can I counterspell that?
I
I still have a reaction.
think you still have it, yeah.
Yep. All right. I would like to counterspell,
Okay.
and I'll do one of my 5th levels for that.
It is going to... She is going to counterspell your counterspell.
Fucking counterspell.
Guys, lay off the cartoons. Bing, 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 bing.
Well, I guess
One of the guards from
what
before
level
the
are you
counterspell
cast?
Fleur is like, me too.
The
What?
only level of spell slot I have, 5th.
Okay.
Does
Well,
make the choice easier. I guess I will max level.
Go ahead and make an Arcana check for me.
Arcana.
This particular creature can cast counterspell at will.
Gotcha.
We don't have a will.
Where's my
Yeah,
True.
Which one of
Will.
these is my character sheet?
Will is not present.
True.
Okay, let's see how this goes. That's a 14 plus 7. So, I forgot how to do math.
21. I was just gonna make you go up against its spell DC,
Mm,
and the spell DC is 26.
bang.
Wow.
Threnian, you find yourself, the moment is gonna get kind of wonky. You find yourself flying through the air. There's a moment where you're in the conclave room, and then the next moment, you are flying in the air, wrapped with this creature. And it is flying across the city, and you can now see the conclave building and the surrounding environs are basically a war zone. There's fire. There are multiple creatures. It's becoming a quickly. It's almost like it's one of the things in like zombie movies that have always been kind of comedic to me is the fact that how fast it spreads and like how quickly the chaos just like these people. The infection doesn't affect somebody right away, but then suddenly it starts infecting people within like 10 seconds of them being bitten later on. It's kind of almost like that, where it's just like, how is this happening so fast? Oh, wow, you just fell off and landed on your feet. Amazing. Good job, Threadian. You just see that like for at least a mile in all directions, it's just, you can see that combat is happening, but you are now currently being swaddled and squashed by these tentacles that are trying to pull you deeper
They wrapped
into
him in
the
swaddling clothes and lied him in a swing.
pull you deeper into its body. What are you doing?
So, is there any way, as I am trying to work my way through, can I get to my communication device?
Yeah.
Okay.
You would have to
Um,
let go of one of your weapons.
So, I'll let go of the buckler, and go for my communication device, and I am continuing to try to damage this thing throughout.
Yeah.
There is that I am still single-minded, well, not quite single-minded, but still very, very much on that focus, continuing to try to do damage, chipping away, biting, kicking, doing whatever, ceasing the biting to Colbriar.
Yeah. The communication goes and goes and goes and goes. And as you're flying through the air, you see that you're flying in a strange direction. It's like you're not going towards anything. You're going towards like almost the outskirts of town. There's no real reason for you to go here. But it's just like flying down at a curved angle. You hear a loud explosion behind you as something blows up. And finally, your communication device goes off as you think that no one has answered it. It just kind of just rings and rings and rings, and then it eventually stops, and you're preparing for the impact. Within moments, you feel like, and then you feel it go off. Briar's calling you back. And that's when you impact onto the ground. There's this tumbling, rolling thing that happens. And the dust moves and settles, and you get up from the ground. And I'm going to switch camera views real quick, as I'm just going to use this one for size wise. Let me see here. As I shift it to this side over here. Because yes, I do have multiple maps. It wouldn't be me if I did not. I'll put you right there.
You crazy man.
You find that there is a ship here, Phobin's ship, and there's like a wreckage of impact that kind of continues into this doorway that way, but you're on the ground and you're clutching your device.
Okay. So the creature has
Continued tumbling broken through the door, and is on the inside now.
Okay. Can I surmise that this is probably where Saluk's ship is?
Possibly.
So I will, spitting, coughing, a bit of blood coming with one of those coughs. I will stand, reactivating or getting the rapier back out. There is a quick moment of casting lay on hands. I'm gonna give myself 60 back.
Mm-hmm.
As I answer my communication device for Briar. And I say, trying to keep the waver from my voice, "Hey, Cottontail."
Mom, you're alive. You're alive. Oh, Jesus. Oh, jeez.
Where are you?
locked away inside of one of the rooms.
What building are you in?
I'm still in the conclave center, but I'm on the other side, far as away as I could get without going outside. There's, Mom, is that the plague?
It is.
She said it was inert, that it was dead, basically.
Do you remember that story that I would always tell you when you were little? About the prince with 1,000 enemies.
Yes.
We may look more human than hair nowadays. But you want to know how the prince always survived? How people like us can survive?
Mom, what are you trying to say?
There was a charm bracelet that I gave you for your birthday last year when you moved out. You hated it. The big ugly. It's Cleosite. It's Cleosite. It's got credentials. And you're gonna find a cruiser. You can take mine. But Briar, I need you to run as hard and as fast as your legs can carry you. Because you're gonna get out of this, okay?
Mom, where are you? I can take the cruiser to wherever you're at.
No, honey. No. There's a big one over here. There's a big one over here, and if there's a chance for me to stop it, I have to. But you are going to be safe. And you are going to get away. And you are so bright and so smart, and I am so proud of you. And with everything that you've studied, I know that you're going to be able to find something to keep it at bay, or at least you can carry that story. Okay?
I can find you. Don't try to do this alone. Remember, I know how to fight. I may not have fought in the wars like you did, but I know how to defend myself.
Briar, I love you with all of my heart, to the moon and back. The old moon, our moon, it's a long ways away. But I know that you're grown now. You're not my little girl, but you always will be my little girl. And I need you to listen. And you're going to take that charm bracelet with the Cleosite. You're going to go to my cruiser. And you're going to get off world. Okay?
There's no response for a while. Mom, please. I don't know if I could do this by myself.
You don't need me for this, honey. You can fly on your own. I believe in you. And my only wish for you is that you live a long, wonderful life where you can build the dreams that you wanted to build. Can you do that for me?
Yes. I think so. I can.
If I get out of this, I'll find you. And if I don't, then you can find me in whatever stars are shining overhead. I love you.
When, Mom? When you get out of this?
They don't call me the they don't call me the bulwark for nothing. It's gonna take a lot to take your mom out. Now go.
You don't hear anything. And then, Mom, and then you hear it. A loud explosion in the distance. And you turn and you can see towards the city center. Massive explosion. Not
So
unclear from this angle whether it was that building or one of the closer ones.
So my question is, the wording that Briar used was, or not Briar, the wording that that Threnian used was very intentional. Does that wish take hold?
What was the words?
My one wish for you is that you go and live a long, healthy life where you can build the dreams that you wanted to build, with the intention that Briar get out of this alive.
And this
Even if
is
she's the only one.
Is this your personal wish, or is this the one that Fleur, that you're talking about, the one that Fleur just said, right?
This is Threnian's wish.
Okay. Okay. Roll me a D100.
Can I use my bardic inspiration? Give
Yes.
get that whatever D Horasi gives.
D6.
Well, wait. Who has someone had inspiration a second ago?
I did. But...
Oh, okay.
So that is a 90.
Oh my god.
Whoa. Power of a mom.
The explosion makes your heart stop for a second. And then you hear the clanking of metal and stuff from behind you inside of the doorways. You feel an immense amount of power come from you. You feel sapped, drained, and short of breath. It's like your chest has constricted so much, and you don't know whether it was what words you said or that worry as a mother that you have that seems to keep you from breathing fully. But you know you still have a job to do.
With the knowledge that I have a job to do, that's going to activate Etherin Fleur's wish. And I wish to teleport directly to the creature that that took me here so that I can continue trying to take it down.
Okay. As you are there one moment, and then in a burst of Fey magic, disappear inside the building. Orasi, as we move over to this side of the city once again, Atherin Floor, you see in the distance one of the buildings closest to the city center explodes, top to bottom, just all the way up, as some sort of immense amount of energy is released. It almost goes up and then like slams back down. Arasi, what are you doing right now?
Oh,
You
God.
just saw Threadian get wrapped up in with the creature, and it bamfed out.
Where's-
there are still other monsters here. You see,
Wee.
yeah. Do the Batman thing. This is now gone. You are floating up there. You hear the sound of conflict everywhere. You look down and you can see that currently Apollo is being wrapped up in Python's coils, and then they're there for one moment, and then the two of them vanish. You see Gaia run out to the center, and she flies up to you, blasts out a ray of disintegration from her finger across one of the beasts that had like risen behind you, and just kind of melts parts of the wall and the thing behind it. She goes, "We must all go back home. I am not going to leave any of my family behind. Take whom you can. Get back to Mount Parnassus. Make sure that they close the gate. I will be right there. I must find Python."
Does she not know what happened to Python, or is she just unable to deal with it? So I thought she was like right there.
She was right there. Probably more the latter.
I'm gonna try and persuade her. Gaia, I will find Python. You go. I'll make sure the gate gets closed. No one left behind.
She. Oh, I know. She will reach up over to you and place a hand on your shoulder. Please, follow my orders. Trust me.
Ooh. Wasn't expecting this. Orasi is going to try and use his wish now. Thank you, orchestral swell. And it is just, he saw what happened to Python. He knows that she knows, and it is just his wish that she is back safe on the other planet. I would like to, if we need to mechanize it, I'd like to, like a forceful teleport back to home, an area that I am very familiar with.
Okay. Roll me a D100.
Come on! I have inspiration that Iskra gave me earlier. I would like to try and use that.
Sounds good.
That went on the floor. All right. Another D.
The Ethereum floor.
That is going to be an 87.
Nice.
Okay.
That's enough.
Mm-hmm.
Because my Orasi's order, beyond all other orders, is to protect Gaia.
Okay. She places a hand on your shoulder. You place 4 hands on hers. What do you say to her before she vanishes?
Ooh. I'm gonna look her very squarely in the eyes and just say, I'm sorry. I can't.
Nice. She vanishes. You see the look on her face of just like confusion, and then you feel this immense surge of energy push through and refocus itself on Gaia. And suddenly she's gone. You see this sparkling swirl of green and gold energy and very old Star Trek teleporter style, just kind of like, and she's gone. The war rages around you. What are you doing?
Well, this is what I was going to do anyway before she showed up, but I'm going to channel just a little bit of that swirling green and gold energy and summoning up the last of my really strong magical reserves. Cast True Polymorph on myself to take yet another form, and my back kind of splits open and enormous wings grow out of it, and I adopt a quadrupedal form, and my long snake tail lengthens even more and adopts this sort of tarnished bronze, green, and gold color as I polymorph myself into an ancient bronze dragon and just
Fuck yeah.
get on cleanup detail as much as I can and try to ferry grab as many people as I can in my giant claws and go back and forth to the portal until it's not safe to do so anymore, and then make sure the portal is closed.
Okay. We'll say that as the war has spread across Bahiri, there is a moment where you, under particular devastation, you find Apollo. Having opened the door, or now this broken part of the wall that had once had a door, perhaps we'll say, you see in the shadow a weeping Apollo, hands covered in blood, in the body of a coiled, massive snake in the darkness behind him. And he looks up at you with trembling eyes. I couldn't stop it.
We must go, Apollo, with this big booming voice.
So sorry. I couldn't stop it. He doesn't even like see you. He just was like looking past.
This thing that used to be Python is no more.
Mm.
Was that no, it is not no more?
No, it is.
Or-
It is no more.
Okay.
I mean, it's not moving.
Got it. God, I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna use my breath weapon on Apollo. I have a sleep breath. I'm gonna try and knock him out and throw him through the portal if I
Dang.
have to. It's a DC 21 Constitution saving throw or fall asleep for 10 minutes in a 90-foot cone.
Okay,
Pretty sick.
that's fine. Oh, we'll just gonna say he passes that. He falls
He
asleep.
passes.
Yeah. While you are on this rescue duty, something resounds. and you see that there is another series of klaxons and sirens that are going off. And from wherever you are standing, Arasi, you see in the distance what looks like a graying mist is falling from the sky. And it's coming from the entire horizon, one side to the other. You hear people start to scream. And you know that you hear them screaming that the shield has fallen.
Mm.
What do you do?
Well, I picked this form on purpose.
Mhm.
It's amphibious. I seeing that I have done all I can, and the shield is falling. Am I aware of the current status of the gate?
The gate of Mount Parnassus is like on the other side of the planet.
Okay.
So to get to that gate, you would have to have been in Parnassus already when
Okay.
this is happening.
Okay. I understand.
Which is fine. You mean being there, like helping people get through the gate as many as you can.
Yeah. But if if there's just going to be this immense amount of water that falls on the city and all appears to be lost, I'm just going to try and fly up and meet the water where it is and swim through it and just try and hope that I can make it past this moment and then figure out some way
Something
to get
after
back
that.
to Gaia.
Okay. So we'll say you are in Mount Parnassus helping with the evacuation.
Mm-hmm.
Alexov, before we get to Threndian. Alexov. The battle has raged here in this space. We'll say that within this time frame, you have slain more creatures than you probably have. There's definitely a new record for you. What would you say is going to happen or is going through your mind as the rage is starting to slow, as their battle has now spread so far out that you have no immediate control over it, that it's like so spread throughout the city?
So this is what I'm doing. I was on the floor, and those banisters leading up to where Ares was.
Mhm.
Is Ares still in here?
No,
No?
he's already moved on to other parts of the. Most of the gods from here have already left. They've all spread throughout the city trying to slow down or stop the spreading of the plague, even though it's spreading so much.
My three kind of party members are gone, and like you said, he has a lot of kind of AoE attacks and is taking everyone down. In what capacity do I see the water falling? I guess would inform my answer. Would the doors be open, or?
Oh yeah,
is the
I mean you can be
ceiling
on either in here or just not far from here, like within the building at least, or just out in the building grounds. But it's where you would think.
have been going toward where I think the creature went.
Oh yeah.
So if we're gonna make this, I guess, properly cinematic, I imagine there's like a foyer,
Mhm.
that is just like a very audacious, like stained glass window looking over the city.
Mhm.
And he is fighting in there. A lot of the class has been just, burst out, and he's just kind of fighting through various rooms and trying to just usher people away.
Right.
And like you said, he is slowing down, and his heart is maybe speeding up. There's a bursting there. And so he looks out, like the camera is right over his shoulder, and sees just the water start to fall. Has no idea where these three are. How much time do you think Alexev thinks he has left? Like without the water, obviously.
So your heart stops. And it's just the
Yeah.
slow beating that's just getting slower and slower as you're not doing anything. But it's going to slow to the point of stopping.
Just because I'm curious, and it might inform this as well. Wild magic. Your body crackles with lightning. So it arcs from target to target. I don't know what Alexev can do. I think he's limited just by mobility here. I don't think he can save anyone. And I don't think he's as funny as it is, I don't think he's as filled with grief as he was moments ago, like that carrying. There is just, this is a terrible kind of quote to say, but it's like a few people dying is a tragedy, a million people dying is a statistic.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like there's not much he can do. So what he's going to do, just to really wrap this up, is he's going to catch the water as it hits the window, and he's going to dive into it, like horizontally. And all he wants to do, like that beautiful clip that you thankfully clipped out for us, is see the stars that has been taken from him. And so he is going to take the full brunt of the water, which I would imagine is insane, and swim to the surface, and with his heart exploding. And mechanically, I'm going to use something called Relentless Rage, which is essentially level 20 barbarian raging. You can keep yourself going through a series of con checks, for
Right.
sure. But I think all that he really cares about is that Rhea liked the stars, and that'll be the last way he connects. There's nothing else he can do.
Okay. You swim and you swim and you swim and you swim. Threnian, you find yourself.
He's also arcing with lightning all the way there.
Nice.
Fan art. That's a beautiful moment.
I think even like if how I really see it, just to take the moment a little bit, is he's swimming, there's arcing lightning, and there's this almost like thalassophobia, just like tendrils like trying to bring him back down, but it's lightning keeping it back.
Nice. You and this creature. Just use this guy. As we move you over here.
Emma.
Nice.
as he
Very
is
nice.
trying to get into the ship there. You are covered in wounds, and it is covered in wounds as you guys have battled and raged around this garage, basically this temple-looking space. You fight, and you're like neck and neck, and there's a moment where you're both like at a stalemate as it's like trying to like maneuver itself past you, and you have been fighting for say the last 15 minutes, it feels like, keeping it from going inside the ship. You see the the thruster assembly that
Bit
if
flirting.
the Fleur had taken out, it rolled away, but it was it is right there, off to the side, gone, whatever. And part of you is like, you know, it's not gonna fly, but there's also part of you that's just not gonna take that chance anymore. We'll say on this final move of yours, what is your, how do you want to do this moment with this creature?
So, a couple of quick questions. This ship's off-world travel is different from ours. Are ours still capable of off-world travel, or no?
Yes, but they can't get far.
Okay.
So this one is the one that you know is of so far is the only one that can truly like stay in one piece and fly in interstellar travel. The others you can get maybe like a system away, but it's our ships are not made to take long voyages in space.
Okay. Okay, so this is a real gamble because it is a saving throw as opposed to an attack. But I think
Okay.
what I would like to do is I'm going to use my last 5th level spell slot. And I am going to cast a 5th level Moonbeam, which shape changers make the save at disadvantage, and I might potentially argue that this creature has shown shape-changing abilities and appears to be warping in various ways. So if it succeeds, no damage is done to the ship, only to the creature. It reverts back to its original form, and it is engulfed in silvery white flames. As I call down the radiance of the moon that I loved so well in the Feywild and have longed for so much under this sky of water. And it's a con save of 21.
Nice. Yeah, I'm just because for fun. This is great. You let out your own primal scream. And as you gather this energy and you remember the moon that you love so much, the buckler you had left behind, a buckler of light appears in your arm as it just pools from all sides, this like swirling vortex of crystalline light. And you basically have your own moon on your arm. And with one final push, you reach out, and that light, just magnifying glass style, like just strikes the creature. And it incinerates, burns apart, just gone. You fall to your knees and see out the door a wall of water. That's probably like a mile, 2 miles away. It's coming. It's not like a fast moving wall of water, because this is water that's falling from the sky from a certain angle. So it's almost like rain. It's just more heavy mist, and parts of Bahiri are just gone in gray. And you can see that it's starting to sprinkle around the outside of the door.
Will this ship fly without that thruster?
I have no idea.
I look at it. I look at the ash. I take just long enough to make sure that it is well and truly incinerated, and I am taking no remnant of this creature wherever I happen to go. And I'm going to try to get back to my daughter by taking the ship.
Okay. You run inside the doorway, start smashing at buttons and things that you don't know what is going to do what, and the door starts to close with you on the inside. This thing is gone. We'll put you right in there and close up the ship. As it prepares, you can hear the engines start to like kick. And then you look outside the window and you see the rain start to get harder and harder on the outside of that busted open garage door. Harder and harder. And you stare wildly at this alien, by all accounts, craft and the panels. And you can see the inside of the garage is starting to flood. And you press button after button after button after button. And then a blast of energy fires off from within the ship and blasts out a wall in front of the where the ship is currently hangared. And you just see rain and water. Now it looks like you're on the inside of a waterfall, and the water's slowly starting to fill up the inside. And it kicks and it kicks and it kicks. You try and you try and try.
I'm going to curse loudly. Any semblance of protocol at long last is gone. As the reality of the situation washes over, I've done all that I can. I pause. I take a deep breath. And with that little bit of peace, I'm going to cast Bless on myself and hope that I can carry, some people say that rabbits are lucky, and a little bit of luck, a little bit of blessing couldn't hurt. And maybe, just maybe, it'll be enough, as I'm going to try again to get this airborne.
As the camera like pans out, as the water is like rushing over the top, it has now covered the window, as it's just filling this room quickly. The camera pans out. And as we bring this to a close, there's, from space, the starry night surrounding the blue orb. A churning, violent blue orb. The asteroid-like Cleosite asteroid that hangs around. Briar stands on the bridge of her mother's ship, tears running down her face, knowing that her entire world is now covered in water, really covered in water. She remembers what her mentor had spoken of. How the system of planets can work. And she hopes that one day that somehow something can be done to protect or to keep alive those who may have survived this cataclysm. She sits down on her knees, takes a deep breath, and concentrates all of her energy that she can on that asteroid. And you see that asteroid begin to glow as energy pulls in from the stars and the neighbors surrounding area. And it builds upon itself bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, creating this round orb, a protective barrier to protect that what is left of home within that Cleosite asteroid. As Briar creates the moon in hopes that somehow it might help abate the waters. Somehow, this one thing, this one last prayer will save whoever might still be on that planet. And as she looks upon her creation, taking slower and slower breaths, she finalizes one last bit. And she taints the edges of the moon to look like a rabbit in memory of her mother. And as she collapses on the ground, passing out from exhaustion, her Cleosite starts to go off. As she reaches with shaking fingers to answer it. Briar, what do you say when the line picks up? As you've tried, Therenian. Yes, Therenian. What does Therenian say as the line picks up?
Hey, Cottontail.
And that's where we will end for tonight. Yes! Hot damn.
All right, I need to go ball now. God, thank you, Aaron.
Alexov,
You're muted.
touch it that time.
Alexa was, not you.
Oh, okay. I was like, I swear.
Alexa heard you again, by the way.
I'm wondering what Aaron's gonna say because he might say exactly what I said while I was muted.
Yeah, do that. You break through the surface. The water swirling violently around you as you cough and spit. And you stare up at a sparkling sky of stars. Clear and unfiltered by the water shield. You see the Cleosite asteroid as it slowly becomes bigger and covered with that last final little touch. The water starts to like settle and you're just floating there. Your heart slowing and slowing. What do you do?
I have my sword.
Mhm.
I put it on the top of the water, which is now beginning to make waves because of the moon.
Mm-hmm.
And he pushes it like a little sailboat away from him, and it sinks. And he looks up at the new moon made into a rabbit. And even though they haven't really had a lot of interactions, he laughs. That laugh you do when you're dying. And he says, looking at the moon next to the stars on this blanket of stars, he says, "Hey, Briar, keep Rhea company for." And he sinks. Still
As-
looking up.
As you sink below the waves, there's that bit of bluish energy that surrounds you. And Alexoth Marianus begins to split. The energy that releases from the amount of concentrated force he'd been holding on to burns like a nova beneath the waves. How many forms fall from that explosion?
There were a dozen gargoyles to his squad.
Hmm.
So 11.
"11 forms drift beneath the seas." What happened to Orasi, Atherin Floor, Threnian and Briar, and who these 11 forms were or are remain yet to be seen. What, you didn't think I was going to let you get away that easy? All right. Well, what a ride that was.
Yeah, everybody. That was amazing.
Gosh.
Oh, didn't expect that last little bit. I was recovering from a hay cottontail.
I
Oh,
would have never forgiven Fleur if her breaking the ship would have gotten Thrennian killed.
Ring a ding 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 ding.
I was prepared either way. My one win condition, my one thing that I desperately wanted was for Briar to get out okay. Everything after that was whatever happened.
Mm-hmm.
Just the idea of
Ugh.
Rhea really liking the stars and then Briar setting up the moon was like, what a just lovely like fairy tale that is. You know, it's like the extension of two comrades. You know, I don't know, something there. I'm gonna cry if I think about it too much.
We're gonna say Flora.
If I might throw in one more thing that I was thinking, if you were to cut back to Fleur, as Alexov is sinking for the final time, somewhere probably not too far off, an Alsaid, or the deer tar, is slowly water walking to the surface, but it's not Fleur.
Oh,
Because it takes 10 minutes to cast.
Interesting. Well,
those
We have-
casting times will get you.
we have a lot of stuff still left. Who knows where these characters may pop up again, or forms of them.
Rabbits and dragons and deer, oh my.
I just
And a
want to
really
say,
sad boy.
Aaron,
Really sad way.
one person who would know what happened to Arasi, I believe, would be Gaia, since my familiar was draped around her neck when I sent her back home.
Hmm.
And I'm
Wow.
not. If I'm still here, I'm not calling it back to me.
Nice.
In that Wizard of Oz joke you just made, so Alexov is Dorothy.
Oh no. All right. Well, guys, that was great. I
Thanks, everybody.
really
Thank
enjoyed
you all.
playing with everyone. And
Thank
I
you,
look
people in chat.
and I look forward to some further adventures. Who knows what's down the line? So until then, be Fae, stay Fae, be brave. And the safe word is mango, and don't forget to bunny spread. All right, we'll see you later. Bye. Oh, gaze of
Gaze upon
To all things housed in her silence, nature offers a violence. The bear that keeps to his own line, the wolf that seeks always its own kind. The world that hardens as the harsher winter holds, the parent forced to eat its young before it grows. Every bird gone unheard, starving where the ground is froze. The winter sun rise red on white, like blood upon the snow. Like blood upon the snow. The ground walked, here is a wonder. It ceases never to hunger, and all things in nature's given. She takes all things back from the living. But this world takes more strength than it gave me. The trees deny themselves nothing that makes them grow. No rainfall, no sunshine, no blood upon the snow. Blood upon the snow. No blood upon the snow. No blood upon the snow.
To all things housed in her silence, nature offers a violence